around the world to be able to really showcase what we have to offer here at this conference, and also inspire young professionals to incorporate international business into their careers. Let's dissect this theme a little bit: how to become a global citizen. So really, these are some of the aspects that I see are important to say that you are a global citizen. One is, my favorite one is really celebrating diversity of thought, not just diversity of race or ethnicity, but really diversity of thought. Every time I travel, and I've been to, I don't know, 60 plus countries, and I hope to grow that. I hope to double that before my lifetime ends. But I really do think that I try to pick up one thing, at least one thing, maybe probably 20 things that I can learn from that culture. And what can we do better here in the United States that maybe they do really well? And if you go into building your global citizenship as having an open mind, willing to learn from others, accepting others' point of view and accepting others' way to process things, I think you'll be well on your way. And of course, the more you can explore, the better you'll be at this. But I think you can even have a global mindset even here in Colorado when you're meeting with other international visitors or immigrants or refugees that maybe come through our state. Be sure to reach out and get to know them as well. Let me tell you a little bit about my personal journey and how I got into international business as a career. There's this great organization you should check out called ISEC. It's a French acronym that stands for the International Association of Students in Economics and Business. But you'll find more about it at isecus.org. ISEC is an international student exchange program. It's completely student run. And I got to experience multiple cultures in Colorado by joining ISEC. There were probably 20 students from all over the world working here in our state, and I got to know them very well. And so that multicultural experience was life-changing for me. It also provided me the opportunity to take a traineeship right after college. And my job was working in a 900-person sawmill in Ghana, West Africa. I could never have dreamed of a better assignment for me. So it was fantastic to have that sort of experience, an immersion experience in country. I was paid, it was a paid internship, and I was there for 2 years. So highly recommend this organization. And then from there, I was able to come back to the state. So I went from running a sawmill to planning soirees at the Colorado International Trade Office. My job there was the chief of protocol, and I used to host about 500 incoming delegations throughout my years there, and even including the Emperor and Empress of Japan and the G8 when it was here in Denver. So I had the wonderful opportunity to meet several heads of states, ambassadors, and many others. I've also worked in the private sector globally and lived in Vienna, Austria, running a Science Institute's information office. So lots of great international career that brought me to where I am today at the World Trade Center, and I've been here about 11 years as president. So highly recommend an international career, but it starts with understanding multiple cultures. So let's go into why trade is so important to us and why it matters to us as students. First off, if you just look at the US, there's over $41 million jobs that have been created because of trade. Trade over the past decade, minus COVID, before COVID, really was raising about 50%, especially to our two greatest destinations of Canada and Mexico. And you're going to hear from the Canadian Consul General a little bit later. Also, if you think about our farms, 1 in 3 acres of farms are actually planted for export. And so many people don't really realize that how important agriculture is to our state for exports. Here's one other stat that you should know. 1 in 5 jobs come about because of trade. So if you think about getting your job right after college, you're actually probably, most of you will be thinking about how can I build this international career? Well, know that trade is helping those jobs thrive. So, and usually export or import related jobs or trade related jobs are quite lucrative too in terms of salaries. So I would definitely look out for, even if you can't find an international job right out of college, find a company that actually does international business so you have a good chance to move into that role. All right, so for Colorado, we have almost $23 billion of new money coming from outside of the country into our state. That's because we export services and goods. And so anytime you're exporting, we're getting brand new money from other countries into our economy. So it boosts our economy, it boosts our jobs, et cetera. One thing I wanted to mention is that 42% of all of our exports are going to free trade agreement markets. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that in just a second. So in our top markets for Colorado are Canada, Mexico, and China. And so important to really not to overlook our neighbors in terms of the importance of trade for our state. 85% of our companies that are trading are in that small to mid-size realm. So it doesn't have to be the large companies only that trade. Here's a slide I wanted to share with you. 95% or 94% of the population lives outside of the United States. And yet 75% of the purchasing power lives outside of the United States. So, but very few companies are looking beyond the United States to trade, very few US companies. We rely heavily on being the #1 economy and a strong domestic market. But to be honest, we are not taking advantage of our full potential, and we're not competing on the global stage like other countries do. And so I really would encourage, if you're looking to start a business or looking to join a business, try to encourage them to think beyond our borders. Because look, half of our exports are going to 20 countries, and those are the ones that we have free trade agreements with. And so it's important to look at the countries that we trade very well with, and we have great relationships over many decades to enhance trade. That's a great opportunity to start your international business. We are not at the top of our game though when it comes to the United States. I'd like to say that we are, being the #1 economy, we're also incredible on the global market. I think actually a lot of other countries are surpassing us in this way. First off, let me just look at the number of free trade agreements. The United States has 20 countries that we have free trade agreements with. But look at Chile, look at Mexico. They're far beyond what we have. I know they might be smaller markets, but in fact, they're engaging into the global business marketplace instead of pulling back and isolating. It's important to compete on the global stage. It makes us all better. It makes us all more innovative to compete on the global stage. And you're going to hear a lot about that today from our speakers. I do want to point out that China and the ASEAN region have entered into RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, making that the #1 free trade bloc now in the world. It used to be the NAFTA bloc, now it's no longer. And so if we don't engage in globalization and engage in the global marketplace, we will be left behind and our economy will no longer be #1. This is my opinion, but I feel like I might be in tune with a number of economists on that. So you may disagree. All right, we have COVID now, changes the entire game of trade. Matter of fact, our trade went down the first 2 quarters of COVID, down like 25%. But in China, it went up 35%. And so really they have positioned themselves well to engage in that global marketplace and really fine tune their supply chain. Yes, we all saw disruptions, and that talks about some of the global trends that we've seen since COVID. There's been a lot of supply chain disruptions. We all know about that. And the other thing is that companies are having to duplicate and also figure out new suppliers that they can purchase from because of the supply chain disruptions. Now, why are the supply chain disruptions happening? Of course, some of the plants in Asia did need to close because of COVID temporarily or even permanently. But then we also have had labor shortages since then, and there's been a number of shortages and pileups at our ports, even domestically. So also the rising costs of containers are enormous. It's gone from $2,000 upwards of $10,000 to $20,000, depending on when you need the container by. So that's adding a lot of costs to our manufacturers. Of course, we're all relying more on digital tools like Zoom to keep us connected globally. But that's really important for those companies that couldn't go to trade shows this year because of COVID. So when you go to trade shows as a company, you really need to, you really want to set up new business and find new distributors. And when you can't do that, you have to find other means. And I think when we're thrown challenges like COVID, we actually get to be more innovative. Of course, we hear about reshoring, bringing manufacturing back to the US, especially in the PPE equipment area. But in fact, companies are starting to now nearshore as well. So think about maybe bringing some of the production in China over to Mexico in the same time zone, a lot easier to communicate with. And so that's definitely a trend that we're seeing. Also, I think some new free trade agreements that we'll see on our horizon are probably with the UK, hopefully with the EU, and certainly Japan is another one that that's been talked about. And I do hope that President Biden will consider maybe re-entering the Trans-Pacific Partnership, but that's a bigger, more complicated decision. So one good news about recessions is that it does create more traders. People are looking for new ways to sell their products, and so they are going to be more exporters from COVID. Now let me shift gears and tell you a little bit about the World Trade Center. And I think the best way to do that is to show you just a quick short video.
We are the rallying cry around trade and why it matters and why it's important.
People don't realize that Denver has a strong international community, and I think World Trade Center really brings it together.
You trade first with someone that you get to know and like. So it's those relationships that turn into business partnerships, that turn into friendships that we cherish around World Trade. And so it is really important for us to continue those friendships and to show that Colorado is open and accessible, as is the US market for business.
It has been a beautiful journey. I have been living here for almost 20 years, and every year I grow as a person, I grow as a citizen, I grow as someone who has big dreams.
30 years ago, the World Trade Center Denver was formed. At that time, in 1987, we were exporting about $1.4 billion. Today, 30 years later, $20 billion of our economy is made up from global trade, just on the export side.
Anytime you're moving things across borders, you're gonna have some obstacles. Some of those are legal, some of them are regulatory, labor.
Oh, crap.
Laws, so your employees are gonna have different rules. Taxation becomes a problem because different countries tax income differently. So the World Trade Center does a lot to help businesses understand what those hurdles are to international trade.
Another thing they do is they have a great education program at the Institute that actually certifies people in international trade.
We've been helping companies from 5 to 5,000 people grow globally, make new connections, open new markets, and celebrate new friendships and relationships across the world.
So that's how I see trade moving, is increasingly connected, increasingly diverse, and increasingly focused on solving social problems, not at the expense of the bottom line, but in cooperation with enhancing the bottom line.
So it brings the world closer together, and it really facilitates peace. So there's not big, long, sustained wars or efforts because you can't afford the disruption in supply chain.
Trade is not just this exchange of merchandise and services and knowledge. Trades can bring connections. Trades can help us relate to one another. Trade can help us accept one another and live through peace, harmony, and dignity.
Trade has done more to reduce global poverty than probably any other effort in the history of mankind. That's a good thing.
If you teach someone how to trade, then you're teaching them a skill that will get them out of poverty.
Through trade, through cooperation, through diplomacy, we can solve any problem. I just want to be part of the people who are igniting positively that flame and back up and let the other generation take it away.
We can enhance environmental protection. We can enhance workers' rights. We can make the world a more prosperous place. We reduce global poverty all through trade.
I hope one day I can sit and say, I was part of this. Because life is short. The story will be forever.
So I hope that gives you an idea of why I come to work every day. I love that trade actually connects us globally and also can help the world, can help both parties rise all tides. So, you know, we had some wonderful accomplishments in the past year. We've served several thousand companies. We have over 330 corporate members of our organization. We are a nonprofit organization, the World Trade Center. We also serve a number of student members, and so we'll talk to you a little bit about that opportunity. We also serve 70 immigrant and refugees in helping to build their first business that's in global trade. So we also launched an accelerator for Colorado companies looking to scale globally through COVID. So this is our vision. We really are the organization at the center of the global business community. And we do want to make Denver and the Denver metro area a much more globally conscious place. Here's some ways you can engage in the World Trade Center as a student. You can become a member for just $100 a year. That unlocks a discount of 50% off of even our member rate to everything we do. You can join our Next Gen interest group, which is really called the Global Young Leaders in Dialogue, or GUILD. We partner up with various international organizations throughout Denver, and we bring our young professionals together in one setting. You can pursue your Certificate of International Trade, which is a really great practical-based learning that we offer at the World Trade Center. It equates to about 10 to 12 courses or 48 hours of trade education that you can act as your elective in university and really give yourself practical learning education about how to do international business. And then you can also even assist one of our entrepreneurs through a student assistant program. One last way is you can become an intern for us at the World Trade Center, and all of the above will be free. So consider joining our organization and becoming an intern here. Let me just close with a quick, really great new development that we're pursuing for the World Trade Center. It's called Fox Park. We're actually building a new campus for World Trade Center. It's privately developed, not by us, but we are going to be the namesake tenant. And it's right at I-70 and I-25, so you can just feel the vibrant energy around us with the train stop there at 41st and Fox, and then I-70 and I-25 all around us. Great view of the city, and you can experience really an incredible destination. This is actually what it's going to be looking like once it's developed. So it's the old Denver Post printing press, if you're familiar with the area, The World Trade Center is over here on the right. There'll be a hotel, corporate offices, and about 4,000 residences. So great place to consider moving once those are built. Also, it'll be vibrant community gathering place. It'll be a business center for all things international, welcoming international investment into our state, into our city, and connecting them with business opportunities. So lots of things are going to happen here, including a cultural arts center, performing arts center, international expo, international restaurants, and retail. So it's really an exciting new future for our organization and for the city of Denver. So this is how you get a hold of me. And I hope you'll connect with me on LinkedIn or on Facebook. And not too great on Instagram, I gotta be honest. But I really appreciate your time and attention today. Well, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us. It is now my pleasure to introduce the next speaker on the agenda. Bienvenue, Consul General Sylvain Fabi. It's wonderful to have you here. Consul General Fabi joined the Consulate General of Canada in Denver in October of 2020 in the heart of COVID. So he hasn't had a proper introduction to our community, I'm afraid. His career with Global Affairs Canada has spanned various geographic and trade policy divisions, which we are excited about. And also he included assignments in Moscow, Havana, Santiago, Jamaica, and the Bahamas, where he served as High Commissioner for Canada. Not bad posts, I would say. Before becoming Consul General in Denver, he was the Executive Director of the U.S. Transboundary Affairs Division. And in his current role as Canada's Consul General in the U.S. Mountain West region, Mr. Fabi oversees a team of 18 who are wonderful people to work with. They work with Colorado, Kansas, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming to strengthen trade and economic ties, enhance political and academic and cultural links, and assist Canadians visiting or living in the 5-state territory. He is Canada's chief negotiator for the modernization of Columbia River Treaty with the United States. We are in great honor of your presence, Mr. Consul General. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we look forward to hearing your remarks. I'll be moderating some Q&A and I'll give you a 5-minute warning when you need it.
All right.
Thank you.
Can you hear me well now? Okay. Well, thank you so much, Karen. I'm very happy to be here. I just love to be given opportunities to interact with people who are younger than me. It includes you, Karen, but I'm especially talking about people who are attending this presentation. So today, what I'll try, and so do we have the presentation on now?
Yes, the presentation is on and it'll be advanced for you. So all you need to do is ask for the next slide.
Okay, so you can go to slide number 2 where it says purpose. And so what I want to do today is to demonstrate, why do we do trade, try to help illustrate the depth of the Canada-US relationship before we get into the USMCA trade issues and key sectors. And also, I know that many of you are interested in opportunities to study abroad, travel abroad, work overseas for international companies and diplomacy. So at the end of my presentation, if Karen succeeds in keeping me honest with time, I'll be pleased to spend some minutes to discuss my career in international relations and especially answer some of the questions you may have. So if we go to the next slide. So like I said, we'll talk about trade a little bit and the why and the what. So next slide, where you see a big US blue map. As you know, the landmark NAFTA agreement that we had signed with the US and Mexico a while ago was extremely beneficial to the 3 countries. And the new USMCA builds upon those successes and create new opportunities in the modern economy. is it's not a completely new agreement. A lot of what it's in the USMCA was before, but it's been upgraded, amended to reflect, you know, where we are in our commercial relationship. And so what we're doing is we've tried to find areas where we could adapt the agreement to a more modern you know, trade relationship. And frankly, the new agreement is top notch. It compares favorably to any kind of agreements that exist in the world today. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see a burger. We chose the burger image to explain how our supply chains are so integrated. And a good example is because it's an example of how Canada and the US not only sell to one another, but also that we make things together, and that includes lunch. So a couple of factoids for you while you look at the picture is, you know, give examples of how our the network of supply chain between countries increase our competitiveness in the global economy. So 78% or close to 80% of total US imports from Canada are raw material, parts, and services used to make goods and services in the US, right? So that's important to remember. We make things together, and a lot of what we export to the US is used for the US to do something else with it and then sell it either in the US, in Canada, or somewhere else in the world. And the Canada-US cross-border trade between firms is almost $500 billion alone, right? So that's $500 billion a year. So that's the trade between firms. And US imports to Canada account for more than 10% Canadian exports to the rest of the world, right? So 14.6 billion. So all of this to say, these numbers are there to highlight that we have very highly integrated supply chains, and they are quite efficient, and that a significant majority of our daily use products are made seamlessly together, right? The example we often give is you can have a car part that goes into a car that could cross the border 5-6 times before the car is over. So we send you something, you make something with it, you send it back to Canada, it's assembled into a bigger system of the car, and then it goes back to the US. So you see this, it's important that we have a free trade established between our two countries. The same is true with beef. You can have cattle born in Canada, fed and raised in the US, sent back to Canada to be slaughtered, and sent back to the US to be processed, or any combination of these. And that's why, you know, it's important to remember when we do our job as government officials that our supply chains are quite integrated, right? And on average, Canadian exports of manufactured goods to the US contain a quarter of US content. So if we sell you a finished product, on average, it has 25% US content. So it's not completely, you know, a pure Canadian product competing with a pure American product. So if we go to the next slide, we want to talk a little bit about Buy America. The first thing is, Buy America is when the US takes measures to use federal funding that can be used only by contracting or buying from US providers, right? So which in turn excludes Canadian exporters or providers of services. So of course we understand that the global domestic content laws are to boost US production, but it's important to remember that it has unintended consequences downstream. So Canada shares the US's desire, of course, to support workers and jobs, but applying domestic content requirements like Buy America against Canadian inputs sometimes has the opposite effect that was intended. They negatively impact US jobs and affect US companies and workers that rely on cross-border supply chains, what I spoke about earlier. And Canada and the US share similar business climates and workforces, and workers in both the US and Canada belong to the same unions often. Businesses have operations on both sides and need to move their material back and forth. In essence, it is better to face these tough problems, economic problems, together and to solve them with a holistic North American approach, right? So the other slide are bilateral partnership. Here, and other slide again, you know, it's important to notice that our relationship goes deeper than buying and selling stuff, right? But even though it's a big part of it. So in 2020, under pandemic conditions, the US imports of goods and services from Canada were 305 billion. The US has a trade surplus in goods and services with Canada. So you actually sell more to Canada than we sell to you, but it's a small amount. It's about $2.2 billion. So it kind of reflects an almost perfectly reciprocal trading relationship. And this is what trade looks like from a Canadian standpoint. You know, our relatively smaller economy cannot produce all goods and services cheaply. So we need to trade to have choices. Our natural resources ground our trade, as do major sectors like auto and aviation. Canada cannot achieve a globally efficient allocation of resources based on the size of our population. It's about 1/10 of the US population. So we need to produce and trade on a larger platform, whether North America or globally. And Canada once had a more closed economy with higher tariffs, you know, but decades of liberalizations have stimulated productivity and generated, you know, very widespread gains. So the next slide. Canada and the US, remember, enjoy the closest relationship between any two countries in the world. This is certainly true in terms of trade and investment, but it goes way beyond that. Like, we're friends, we're allies, we're partners, and this enduring partnership is built on, of course, common geography, history, culture, and values. And most important of all, it's also built on mutual respect. And together, we benefit from robust trade and investment ties and integrated economies that support millions of jobs, not just in Canada, but in both countries. And no two nations depend more on each other for their mutual prosperity and security than the United States. We live and protect the same area, right? North America. And of the 50 US states, 46 of them count Canada as their first, second, or third important export market. So we're a big partner for everyone in the US. And I would be tempted to say that the US-Canada trade relationship is actually a model for the world. It's growing, it's balanced, it's fair, and it supports growth, innovation, and good paying jobs in both countries. So if you go to the next slide, you have a little bit of a commercial relationship with Colorado, just to make it a little bit more closer to you. So Canada, of course, is Colorado's #1 trading partner and export market. And as you can see here, 252 Canadian companies employ almost 21,000 Coloradans. That's only the surface part of the story. When you calculate purchasing and exports, trade with Canada supports approximately 65,000 jobs in these states. We use a lot of these statistics to try to illustrate to the importance of our shared relationship. So in 2020, Canada and Colorado traded approximately 4.2 billion in goods, and that's with the pandemic and economic crisis. There is a it's a relationship that benefits Colorado workers tremendously and generates prosperity for this economy. The reverse is true too for Canada. And Colorado also sold another $1.3 billion in services. We often overlook services, but as our economies mature more and more, services are a huge part of our relationship. So if we go to the next slide, so industry success. We took a couple of examples. Go to the next slide again. A little bit of we took a couple of examples to illustrate, our bilateral relationships, and the first one is energy integration, and you can look at all these maps and all the pipelines that already exist, the gas lines, etc. So it gives a good example that how we share our energy. Often it's easy to share energy or anything else for that matter, north-south, than it is to do it east-west, sometimes for reasons of proximity. So Canada, of course, is the largest supplier of all forms of energy to the US. Canadian exports to the US amounted to the equivalent of powering almost 6 million US homes. Also, we give you this to, more than the population of Colorado. And even as total US crude oil imports have fallen in recent years, imports from Canada have continued to increase. And of course, Canada is by far the largest source of US crude oil imports. We provide more than half of your total exports in 2019, which equals 21% of US total consumption of crude oil. You export a lot more crude oil than you do from any other country, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Russia, Venezuela, all the oil producers. And remember, there are 70 transborder pipelines. You can see some of them on the map here. 31 are for oil and 39 are for natural gas. And Canada's electricity sector is an important source for the US. We've signed recently huge electricity export contracts in the East with the state of New York and Massachusetts. And that electricity that we produce is very clean. Most of it is from hydroelectric generation, so it's not an emitting source. So if we go to the next slide, clean technology is another very growing sector in our bilateral relationship. The global market is now worth about $2 trillion per year. It's huge and it's rapidly growing, and we need to be invested in them for the future. And sharing knowledge and technology will help us, meet our climate goals. So, and due to boasting a highly educated workforce as well as abundant natural resources, Canada has become a global leader in clean tech. However, a global problem requires a global solution, and we are always willing and excited to work with our American partners in a knowledge exchange that benefits both nations. So here in Colorado, 30% of the state's energy consumption came from wind and solar in 2020. And Canada, for example, is home to over 300 wind farms. So more wind energy has been built in Canada over the last 5 years than any other form of electricity generation, with installed capacity growing by an average of 16% per year. That's not insignificant. As a result, Canada is a major player on the global scene, ranking 9th in the world for total installed wind energy capacity. And that's why we're involved in working together with partners in the US to grow this even more, whether it's here in the US and Canada or anywhere else around the world. The next slide is aerospace. And in our region, another important industry for bilateral trade is aerospace, as I said. Colorado is where NORAD is based. NORAD is North American organization to protect our airspace and our sea space, headquartered at Peterson Air Space Force in Colorado Springs. And nowhere is our special defense relationship more personified than right here in Colorado. NORAD is headed by both American and Canadian officers. And of course, aerospace is a critical pillar of Colorado's economy, especially along the Front Range. For example, in Kansas, aerospace and aircraft are one of the most dynamic aspects of our trading relationship. We're also responsible to cover Kansas, and we have significant investment in that sector. Next slide is about agriculture. It's another key sector for trade between the US Mountain West region and Canada. And Canada is also an important partner contributing to your food security. And our exports help US supply chains operate more effectively and create job and boost US global exports. And as noted on the slide, the USMCA has strengthened agricultural trade between our countries and enabled farmers and ranchers in the region to expand their exports to the reliable Canadian market. And in fact, US agricultural exports to Canada have increased 112% in the last 15 years, right? So next slide, what comes next in our relationship? I'm almost done. So Karen, I should be good. If you go to the map, the slide that says roadmap for a renewed partnership, you see a picture of Prime Minister Trudeau and President Biden. They both announced in February of this year what they call a roadmap to a renewed Canada-US partnership. It's basically a blueprint for an ambitious effort in support of our mutual goals, right? And some of these goals, they're written there: combating COVID, building back better, accelerating climate ambitions, advancing diversity and inclusion, et cetera, and of course, bolstering security and defense, right? That's an interesting document that you can Google and read if you're interested in. It's not a very big document. If you're interested in Canada-US relations, because it kind of sets the tone to where our two leaders want to take that relationship, to a higher level. So my second to last slide, the final takeaway. Why did I talk to you about this today is to highlight the importance and depth of the Canada-US relationship. And it goes far beyond any single trade dispute or challenge or whatever. And the foundations of this relationship are solid and unbreakable. And Canada and the United States aren't just neighbors, we're family. We built this continent together, and it will always be our home together. So next slide, I'm done for today presenting to you. I'm glad that I tried to go fast because I know you guys will probably want to ask questions, and I'd like to be able to answer some of them. So,
well,
Karen.
Thank you, Consul General. We do have some great questions that came in through the Q&A feature. If you haven't had a chance to put your question in, please do so. First question is, what was the most interesting or impactful negotiation in your career?
Well, by far, the most interesting negotiation is the one I'm doing now. As the Canada's chief negotiator for the modernization of the Columbia River Treaty. Columbia River Treaty is a treaty where Canada and the US agreed that Canada would build dams and control the flows of the Columbia River better so that we could avoid catastrophic floods that had occurred in the US as a result of the snow melt in the spring. And so these were too frequent and had to be addressed. And two, manage the flows of the Columbia River to maximize electricity production in the US for dams in the Columbia River. A lot of people don't know, but the Columbia River is one of the greatest center of electricity production in the world, certainly in North America. and Canada under the CRT, we work together to try to maximize that. Now, it's an interesting negotiations because, as you will realize, in 1963, when the first treaty was signed, there weren't a lot of consideration that were given to the environment, ecosystems, but also to the relationship with our indigenous peoples. So this time around, we will modernize the treaty, and what we try to do is make it more respectful for the environment and certainly more inclusive. At least I can speak for Canada. We have engaged in this negotiation by very seriously working with, not consulting, working with the Indigenous nations as equal partners to develop Canadian positions and bring the Indigenous nations of the basin to the table of negotiations with the US. So it's a real thing. Now, the proof is in the pudding. We'll have to wait until we're done to see whether, but the process that we've engaged into is very good. So it's very gratifying to have the chance to work on a file like this.
That's wonderful. I love that. Great. Well, let's go to your next question. How do you think Canada and the US can further improve our trade relations?
Well, I think the pandemic, there's many ways, right? I think the pandemic has definitely demonstrated that the integrity of supply chains can go down the drain pretty fast when a big event like a pandemic happens. Both countries worked unbelievably well during the crisis to make sure that the efficiency and the fluidity of our supply chains would be salvaged, and it worked. It didn't with other countries. There were some major breakups, and the best example is in protective equipment for health workers, and hopefully when we build back better, and if you look at the roadmap that I showed earlier in my presentation, part of it is to build back better and ensure that our supply chains are even more shielded and resistant to such outside forces to be maintained in these times of crisis. Of course, another thing that I spoke about in my presentation is try to avoid, and it goes for both countries, try to avoid putting measures that at first glance appear to be good for us, like Buy America, when in the end it may not be that good, and we should try to avoid and maybe put some measures in place to avoid falling into the same pitfalls that we do every 5, 6, 7, 10 years. Oh, we have a great idea. We'll just put tariffs, right? And it'll work. Absolutely. It never has.
Never has.
But,
never will.
So,
I'm with you on that one.
Knew you would.
All right, next one. How does Colorado compare to other states when it comes to trading with Canada?
Well, Colorado is usually, if you look at the size of trade, it's very often linked to the size of the respective economy of a state, right?
Oh, that's funny. Does that correlate?
Yeah. So, for example, and of course it depends. Like if you take the state of Michigan, right? It's a bigger state than Colorado. It's on the border with Canada. And also it has the car industry. So the commercial relationship we have with Michigan is completely skewed. Like we trade more with Michigan than any other country of the world almost, except China or something. And of course the US. But Colorado fares well. We're not a border state, right? But like I said in my presentation, for almost all states of the US, we're the first, second, and sometimes third trading partners. So the trading relationship is good. There's always room to
Room for
improve,
improvement.
right?
Yeah, of course. I think we can
But-
improve our trade. So
Yeah.
we'll keep working at it.
So-
Let's go to the next question. How does Canada compare to Germany in terms of clean energy tech, the clean tech industry, and trade regarding this sector?
Yeah, this is a multi-pronged question. Like Germany is a very advanced country in terms of clean tech, right? But with Canada, with the hundreds of wind farms that we have installed, we've developed, a good knowledge base and capacity. But we still have to import some of the parts and probably not the knowledge because now we've gotten good at it. So we're quite involved in that area. Certainly in terms of clean electricity, because we are blessed, especially Quebec and BC and Manitoba, we're blessed with big rivers. So we were able to create big electricity producing dams, and now we export billions of dollars to the US in electricity. So we're quite advanced in that sector too. Canada's an advanced economy, so not unlike, I don't know, France, the UK, Germany. We have capacity in most sectors, but I think in Canada, wind is a good one. We know there's activity in all the sectors. You chose Germany as a comparison, so not many countries look super awesome in terms of clean tech when it's time to compare them with Germany, but we're way up there.
All right, fantastic. Going back to your America First conversation, we have a question about that. When America First or any other trade reducing policies come up on either side, US or Canada, what are the procedural steps that you or someone in your position might take as far as mitigating those significant negative impacts on trade and protecting existing business channels? Look at
That's
these
a good
thoughtful
question.
questions. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's a good question, and it highlights a lot of the work that we do at the consulate, right? At all, we have 15 consulates in the US, and we have the embassy in Washington. The US is a sovereign country, so the US can do whatever it wants, right? So there's no, unless it contradicts a treaty that was signed between Canada and the US, Canada has to revert to diplomacy and trying to share information, etc. So a lot of what we do is these laws, for example, are voted in Congress, right? So I talk to a lot of senators and representatives to try to offer the other side of the medal. Sometimes we come up with clear examples of, hey, just think about it, right? If these new measures are introduced, this is going to hurt your state or your riding or whatever. And so we do a lot of work on the diplomatic side. And then at the end of the day, I'll give you an example. If Canada passed in the last budget we announced a measure that would kind of, in the end, provide a tit for tat, which is the last place we want to go. But if we are at our last resort, we'll do that. And if you look at statistics, the US gets more US companies gets more contracts from Canadian governments than Canadian companies do in the US. So if you impose something and then we put in place a countervailing measure, in the end, never mind what happens to the supply chains.
Yeah,
you're going to lose more. So
we both are harmed for sure.
Yeah, so there's a lot of work behind this. Our embassy, and between when the Prime Minister speaks to the President, when our Minister speaks to the Secretary of State or the Secretary, the U.S. Trade Representative or Commerce, we try to reach a solution, and usually we do. Sometimes not. The timing is not the best, but we usually come to a conclusion that there's a better way of doing things, and it's
Absolutely.
together.
Absolutely. Thanks for saying that. Are you open for a couple more questions? We have a
Oh
few more.
yeah,
Okay, perfect.
I'm open. Anything you
Awesome.
want.
It sounds like somebody's asking in from Brazil. We have
Oh.
about 10 plus different countries participating today, so it's fantastic. So as you may know, Brazil has a huge number of wind energy parks, around 600. Is there any negotiation or interest in doing or selling equipment to their market?
I'm sure there is. Okay. I don't want to say yes, A, B, C, D, because I don't have clear examples. But I know that I used to be the director for bilateral relationships between Canada and Brazil years ago. And I know that one of the things Canada's been trying really hard to do is, and Brazil too, is significantly widen and increase our commercial investment and research joint work. It's a little harder because, you know, Brazil is further and Canada's further from Brazil, and we have to meet in between and you know, the language barriers, etc. But there's a lot of there's a lot of room for increasing, and I'm sure that there are Canadian parts that go into windmill and Brazilian parts that go into Canadian windmills.
For sure.
I don't have the proof, but I'd be very surprised if it was not the case, right?
For sure.
So,
well, let's change geographies and go over to Iceland, if you would. Do you know how your clean tech industry compares to Iceland's by chance? Got another question from there.
I wish I could answer that.
I know, it's a tough
I don't know.
Okay, let's go back
I know
to
Iceland is quite advanced in that, and also Iceland is one of the most advanced places in the world for geothermal.
That's right.
Which is clean, which of course Canada can't really compare to that, right? But
Right.
I can't go further than that. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, let's go back to supply chain. And how do you think that these supply chain challenges might impact our future as trading partners? Do you think there might be an opportunity in this? I always think that there's innovation and opportunity when things get difficult. So there's a question about that. Should we look at it as an opportunity to improve?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's in the work plan that I spoke earlier, right? Like I said earlier, people take supply chains for granted until the chain stops, which in some areas it did with COVID, and in others it didn't, but they were hard to keep in place, and we had to make major efforts and very serious exemptions, for example, at the border to allow the chains to function. So obviously, every time a crisis happens, it's unfortunate, but in any aspect of life, if something bad happens, we try and should always look for ways to improve, and the opportunity definitely is there. What I'm sometimes, I mean, this is not the government representative speaking, just the person, you know, unfortunately, too often we have great opportunities to do something, and then we get caught up in day-to-day life and we forget about it. And then 10 years later, something happens again, and we said, oh boy, I wish we'd use the opportunity of COVID to improve our supply chains or reinforce them so that they would be more resistant to outside events. And we didn't. So I hope we are talking about doing this. It's in the plan, etc. But again, the proof will be in the pudding.
All right, that's a great point. I have a question for you, just for our audience. Many of our audience is probably interested in a diplomatic career, I would assume. So, what advice would you give to new college students, maybe soon to graduate, who are looking to enter the diplomacy service? What advice would you give them to actually just get prepared for that type of career?
Yeah. Well, in Canada, like in the US, and I know it's the case in Brazil too, and in many other countries, there's a mechanical part to becoming a diplomat, right? You got to write the exam, you got to be, in Brazil, I know there's a world famous Foreign Affairs Institute you have to get into. And so there's the mechanical part of it. In Canada, you have to be a university graduate, you have to apply. We're just about to launch another competition now for new recruits. The same in the Foreign Service. So the thing is you have to be aware of how you can enter, and this information is available, especially now with the internet. So you gotta start looking at it and say, okay, that's what I want to do. How do I do it, right? So there's this part, and then you got to write the exam, you got to pass it. There's other avenues you can usually. Sometimes in Canada, you can come in, laterally also. But the other thing too is, it's probably the same in many other countries, but any department now in the US and in Canada has an international division working in it. And a lot of what they do is kind of diplomatic. And also these other departments will actually send people to work in embassies, right? Whether it's commerce, agriculture, etc. So you got to be aware of that. And of course, there's all sorts of other things that are probably more particular to any country. I know that in Canada, the apprenticeship of both official languages will help you get in. But in the US, you have only one official language, so that if you don't speak French, it's usually not a hurdle to joining the State Department. But also the last thing I'll say, Karen, is patience, right? Because patience, and because these processes are long, but also look in other places. A lot of development agencies have people working abroad. They don't work in embassies, but boy, their work is just as gratifying as being a diplomat. There's also in business, right? And a lot of international business, more and more business is international. Right. So you can't, because of the complexity and luck, right? Mm-hmm. Of that you need through these big competitions to work at the State Department or at Global Affairs Canada or at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil. There's an element of luck when 10,000 people write the exam and they take 28 that year, right?
Of course.
So don't put all your eggs in that basket.
Right. So also internships with the World Trade Center might help differentiate you, or an ISEC traineeship, or an internship with the Consulate General of Canada. So
absolutely, you got to grasp at these things. You got to grasp at them. And then one day you may not become a diplomat, but you may become someone who works for the World Bank or
that's right.
For
That's right. All right. Well, Mr. Consul General, thank you so much for your time. That brings our session to a close. I want to thank you again for being with us today, and thank you for your service to furthering ties between the U.S. and Canada. We appreciate you and all that you and your team do. So
thank you so much. And I'm always happy to join your events, and especially when it involves talking to people who are going to be replacing us soon.
Awesome. I agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
If everybody is back, I'm excited to introduce to you today Tyler Rauer. He is the Vice President of Legal at Pax8. He has legal experience in complex transactions with the US and overseas, data privacy, M&A, marketing, and intellectual property. He regularly speaks to civic, community, and business groups on a range of trade policy, business, and investment law issues. But even more interestingly, Tyler has also won a swimsuit competition of a male beauty pageant by dressing as a mermaid, and has negotiated peace agreements with insurgents in multiple countries. He's also had a free lunch from Chipotle for a full year, and he survived. So during this session, Tyler is going to put thinking global into perspective for us. He will discuss global mindsets, non-traditional paths, and flexible approaches to international business. Tyler, take it away.
All right, thanks, Karen. I appreciate the introduction. I should explain the free Chipotle for a year. That was because the law firm where I was a partner, one of our clients was Chipotle, and their headquarters was across the street from us. So we had Chipotle lunch catered every day, and it was a great way to keep all of us attorneys sitting at our desk working away. Didn't have to go out for lunch. Okay, so I've been asked to talk to you guys a little bit about, careers in the global sphere and sort of international careers and what you can do to sort of move in that direction. And I think I want to start us off by level setting a little bit and sort of saying a little bit about why I think most people that I know anyway have approached their career path in with a global perspective, with a little bit of the cart before the horse. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you want to work internationally, right, if you want to have an international career, we have to first recognize that you don't do anything. International isn't a thing that you do, right? You have a baseline of your career, what you're actually doing, what you're selling, or what you're working in the public sector, you've got some cause that you're working for, some mission that has been given to you. If you're working in the private sector, you're selling some product or service. And you do those things, and sometimes you do those things across borders. And many of us really enjoy doing those things across borders. But crossing borders isn't a career path unto itself. You're always crossing borders for some reason, right? You're working cross-culturally, you're working, it could be across faiths, it could be across, cultures or governments or businesses, but there's always some reason that you're working internationally. And the international part of it typically is not the main focus. And I see a lot of people, especially younger people, getting that backwards, that they know they want to do things overseas. They know they want to work internationally. And so that's what they're looking for. And they will grasp at anything that they can do internationally. And my take on it is that sets you up for disappointment, largely because the substance of what you're doing is so rarely international in focus or exclusively international. You've got some other activity that's underlying everything else that you do. And if you have selected the wrong underlying activity, then you're not going to be happy, even if you're doing that activity across borders. So I think I'd like us to reframe our approach to working internationally a little bit. And think of it, so what I'm not going to give you is a bunch of, tactics about networking and working and getting your LinkedIn profile straight and all of those things. That, and you're supposed to, if you want to work internationally, it's beneficial to have more than one language. That you need to take a few classes here and there. It's all baseline. Everybody knows that. What I want to do is help you think more fully about what working internationally is and how that's maybe more of a mindset than a career goal, right? So I'll take a step back here and say that whatever career path you're taking, your mindset's going to matter a lot more than the jurisdiction or jurisdictions that you're doing the work in. So I would put sort of a global mindset as the key to working internationally, that in anything you do, so long as you have a global mindset, that's going to be a key to your success. You'll be able to see opportunities where others might miss them. you'll be able to grow into a role where you are working across borders more easily. So that's sort of where I would start with. And I think there's a few other mindsets that will help you in your career path as well. Things like a growth mindset and being authentically yourself moving forward. If you're always thinking about ways that you can grow as a human being, just do what you find interesting and what lights you up, you know, and you're authentically yourself in what you're doing, and you're not trying to please other people. You're not trying to be something that you're not, and that you have this global mindset. I think that will serve folks pretty well. So there's a few points that I would raise with that kind of out of the way, right? We're moving and going into an international career away from a set of things, a list of things that you have to do in order to get there, and more into the background, or actually deeper into the core of who you are, that what you're going to be doing, whether it's accounting or finance or diplomacy or, you know, I don't know, legislative interpretation, whatever you want to do, you get good at that skill or those skill sets first so that you can apply them across borders. I think that's the most important part. And in everything that you do, you have a global mindset, you're thinking globally. One of the biggest errors or flaws that I've seen, especially for Americans, and especially for Americans in the private sector, is that they tend to think of, you know, the United States and domestic work on the one hand, and then international or global work on the other, forgetting that the United States is part of the globe, right? That things that happen inside the United States are quite often tied very closely to things that are happening internationally. And the most successful American businesses, for example, that I've seen, tend to see their business purpose globally, with the United States as one part of a global view. And to the extent that you can bring a mindset like that into your profession, you can make a lot of inroads. You can really help a lot of companies move forward in the best way globally, right? Because those who tend to focus on, who bifurcate the United States from the rest of the world, that's a hard path to success. They're going to set up two different sets of systems. Things aren't going to be integrated very easily. The more global your mindset is, the easier it is to integrate what you're doing across different cultures and across different jurisdictions. Having that global mindset, frankly, also makes you more flexible, more adaptable, better able to see opportunities where others might not see them. And it, I think, sets you up best for success for finding a global career in the Denver area. And this is a distinction that I think is important, right? There are some sectors that are more prone to international work than others. For example, the public sector is much more prone to globalism and globalization than the private sector is, broadly speaking, right? It's, you know, there are NGOs or governmental organizations that are set up solely to do international work. The thing is that most of that work in the public sector are in a few places scattered around the world. So think Geneva, London, New York, DC. In those places, you can just go be quote unquote international. And that's something that you can do there. Denver is a different market. Colorado generally, the middle of the country, really anywhere outside of those global cities where NGOs and governmental agencies tend to be headquartered, your strategy just has to be different because the needs are different and the employment needs are different in those places. So if you want to go to Geneva or London or New York or DC to work and to get some of this experience, then by all means you should do it. Interning in those places is a great thing to do, but understand that those spots are limited. And if you truly do have a passion for international affairs and for doing things globally, then you're going to need to be able to adapt to the market that you're in. And that's a hard thing to do. I will be very honest. I had a hard time adapting to Colorado when I came back here from DC. For those of you who aren't familiar with me, I went to law school in DC and happened to be in law school during 9/11. And so, and I spoke Persian and had a certain skill set that was useful to our government. So since I was already in DC and I had been personally touched by September 11th, and I never wanted to see something like that happen again, I joined our Department of Defense and I went overseas and did counterterrorism work for about 10 years. And that was a unique experience in my life. It's not one that most people are going to have, and it's not one that, frankly, I recommend. It's hard. It was hard. It was hard to see the things that I saw in that space. It was hard to do the things that I had to do. And I don't think anybody should have to do that without, a good hard look in themselves about whether they really can. It was a rough way to get my international chops. I'll just put it that way. That said, it has served me well, but when I decided when I started having children and decided that what I was doing was a little bit too dangerous for the family that I wanted to have, and I came back home, very hard time because I had been working overseas so much. I had a hard time adapting myself to the market here in Denver. So what I chose to do was simply to go back to my original plan, which was to be sort of a business-oriented sort of corporate attorney, which is what I've done. But because I had that international experience, I was able to sort of spin that into international mergers and acquisitions and do the things that move my career forward in the way that I wanted to. But in order to be where I am now, which is the vice president of legal at a rapidly expanding company. Since I started, we've bought 3 companies overseas and we're in the process of buying 2 more. So I'm doing international work all the time. But in order to get to that point, I had to get really good at the baseline skills of being a good corporate attorney. That's the core of what I do. I'm just an American corporate attorney who happens to do some work overseas. And so I have that global mindset, and it has been useful to me because it is very hard in the Denver area to be a solely international professional. It just is. It's just a tough thing to be able to do. So that, I think, is the major take home that I'd like for you guys to see, is that it's difficult to simply be an internationalist here. You need to be good at a skill or at a certain set of skills that are useful across industries, that's useful solely in the United States, so that you can translate that across borders as well. And what I see happening with a lot of young folks in particular, a lot of folks who are in school, is that we tend to be focused very much on being international and having an international career, and that then becomes the focus of everything we do. And we therefore miss some opportunities that are there that we could seize, that we could grab a hold of, and then move forward with our career. And from my perspective, you kind of have to grow into an international career from anywhere outside of those major global cities. So if you're in Geneva, you're going to be doing something international. If you're in London, you've got a decent shot at it. If you're in New York or DC, you've got a good shot at it. But pretty much anywhere else, you've got to be good at something else and then be able to translate that across borders. That's really what we're looking at here. And I think that's actually a real blessing, because then you don't have to be so forward about how international you are all the time. It doesn't have to be the core of who you are. It sort of sinks deep into you as something that you know about yourself, that you're constant, that you think about the world in global terms. That's a good mindset to have. And then whatever you're doing, you can translate that into an international career as you grow into your career more broadly. So that's sort of the take-home message that I wanted to give to you. Now we can go into some Q&A and those sorts of things, but I see Karen is on screen. So Karen, do you have any place in the discussion you'd like to direct me to go, or any questions you want to ask?
Well, just kind of on that same token, what would you say to other veteran and military students here on the call today about how to transition, especially with your military background, right? So how to transition back into civilian life, but also how to transition back into civilian life with these international experiences built into your military career, and adapting those into your civilian career.
Right. Okay. Good question. So first of all, the transition from serving your country in that space, especially in the military or defense or security space, to the civilian world is a tough transition for everybody at all times. It's always a hard thing to do. For me, it felt a lot like going through. I've never gone through drug addiction withdrawals, but I imagine that's what I went through is emotionally is sort of similar to it, because it felt like, I was on edge all the time, always overseas, always working hard. I had a very clear mission and something that I was good at that does not translate into the private sector, right? We as former security professionals have to understand that the skills that we gained, especially the hard skills that we gained, don't translate. And so we have to be able to use some of the softer skills that we gained. And those are things like, cross-cultural communication, being able to work with anybody around the world, discipline, project management, there are a lot of good skills that come out of military service, but you are going to need to be able to leave some of the skills that you develop behind, right? Like I had to get it through my skull that nobody in Denver was trying to bomb a village in Pakistan. So the skills that I had for the law of armed conflict and human rights law and those sorts of things, while necessary for the work that I was doing overseas, didn't matter really to anybody here. And so you have to take your broader skill set and build on that. And then, as far as being able to use those skills for international careers, you do have an advantage. So most folks who have been in the armed forces have served overseas somewhere. I know that, for example, my grandfather served in the Navy during World War II. And he came home and essentially built my hometown. Every school that I ever went to was built by my grandfather. And he had his time overseas gave him a perspective that most people in my hometown didn't have. Like, I remember sitting at the kitchen table with my grandpa and my dad. We're farmers in Nebraska. Sitting at the kitchen table, poring over grain futures prices in different markets around the world and trying to see, using that to forecast what we were going to grow within our, few thousand acres in Nebraska. So, and Grandpa did that both with farming and with his own sort of personal investments that he developed over the years. And he was very successful, largely because he had this global mindset. The man didn't go back overseas until he was well into his 70s. He went back to Germany. My family's originally from Germany, and so he went to a family reunion back there. But between sitting on a ship in the Pacific and going when he was in his 20s and going to Germany in his 70s, he spent 50 years in Nebraska, but with a view on the world and how the world impacted him. That really helped him in his life and his career, and it paid dividends for, his children and his children's children, and it continues to. So that mindset that you gain by serving your country can go a long way to your career transition, moving from veteran status, from being an active duty military or other government service that isn't I don't know, I would say lionized in the same way. So former State Department, when I was overseas, the bravest people I knew were in the U.S. Agency for International Development, or NGOs, because they would go out into some very dangerous areas with no protection. And so, the skills that those folks have in those areas are really, really useful as well. So I think those are the main areas. One, understand that you're going to have to jettison some of what you have learned, right? That some of what you know from your service to our country just isn't relevant outside of that space, but also recognizing that some of what you learned is incredibly valuable, and that so long as you can be clear about what is valuable and what translates and what doesn't, and you can focus on what translates, then I think you'll be set up in a relatively good spot. So that's my answer to that question. And Karen, I see the one from the prior session about what do I see as the most disrupting technology for trade in the near term and long term. Actually, I think the most disruptive technology isn't technology at all, but our reaction to technology, and that is in data privacy. That global data privacy concerns are going to drive how business is done across borders. I see it a lot now. I think it's also going to impact what happens inside the United States. For example, Europe's data privacy law. Europe is very keen on using their market power to push the United States to changing how we deal with data privacy. And so far, it's worked incrementally. I do see a conflict ahead in this area. I do think Europe may push the United States even harder on the ability to transfer data out of Europe and into the United States. And if they do that, we're either going to have to change, we, the United States, are probably going to have to change our national privacy law to comply a little bit more with the European Union's GDPR. I just see it coming. I don't think there's another way around it. And my old friends in the national security infrastructure are going to hate it, and they've just got to get over it, because it's happening, and our national security is predicated on our economy and the strength of our economy, and our economy cannot function without the flow of data, especially from the European Union. We function based on that free flow of data and trade and money back and forth, and we're probably going to have to to take a little bit of a hit to our national security infrastructure to be able to enable our economy to thrive in the 21st century is my guess.
I agree. But also,
Good.
I think that, you know, data security is important, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
could probably use some more of it. So
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that the corollary of the data privacy stuff is that, you know, the sort of very illegal private sector side of hackers and ransomware and those sorts of things are also going to disrupt global trade quite extensively. If you've tried to buy cyber risk insurance recently, you know that it's a real concern. So we have both the sort of the good guys protecting everybody's data, but then also the bad guys trying to get access to everybody's data. And those two things operating together, I think, lead us into a space where, you know, we live in a technologically and especially internet communication enabled world. So we've got to get better at how we handle that.
okay, so a next question in the
Right.
Q&A. Can you be patriotic and have a global mindset simultaneously?
Absolutely. Absolutely. They are not mutually exclusive. That is one of the, I don't know who asked this, maybe they were setting me up for it, but it's, I think this is a false dichotomy that has arisen in the United States over the last 5-6 years, that somehow to have a global mindset means that you don't love your own country. And that is just categorically false. It doesn't exist. I mean, you look at some of the people with some of our best global thinkers have also been some of the most patriotic Americans that have ever existed. I mean, you look at the creation of the global system during and after World War II, the people who created that were patriots. I mean, I don't think anybody would call FDR anything other than a patriot, or Dwight Eisenhower, for God's sakes. You know, we created the global system to help our country and to help everybody else together. There's no reason that this has to be a zero-sum game. In fact, we all do better when we're cooperating. So I do think you can be both a globalist and a patriot, and I will scream that from the mountaintops.
I will too. I'll be there next to you. So how did you become interested in law, and what was your specialization?
Okay. I became interested in law. I think there were a few things going on there. So my specialization in the law is in corporate work, business and corporate work, particularly in international business transactions. When I was not undergrad, but when I got my JD in DC, my primary focus started out in international mergers and acquisitions. And then I shifted that to national security law after 9/11, and then went, you know, sort of on my 10-year detour into the national security space. I did law largely, I think, for two reasons. One is because I grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and for all I knew, the only things that you could do when you weren't a farmer was that you could be a doctor, a lawyer, or a banker. Those were the only careers I saw where you weren't wearing coveralls all day. And I'm just not a farmer by nature. When I was 12 years old, I decided that someday I was going to work in an office with air conditioning. And so of the three professions that worked in air conditioning that I was aware of, lawyer sounded the most relevant. So there's that piece of it. And then secondarily, I have a love of politics and policy, really, and doing the right sort of community involvement and doing the right thing for my community. And again, I think this comes from my upbringing in the middle of nowhere and watching, my grandfather was somebody who made a difference for a lot of people. And I wanted to be like that. And so that's what got me interested in politics. And so I majored in political science in undergrad, and about halfway through my junior year, I realized that you can't actually do that for a living, right? Like it's not one of those things that translates very well, at least not into a very lucrative living. So I thought, well, I have three options with a political science degree. I can go to DC and make no money and be subject to the whims of people's opinions for the rest of my life. Or I can get a PhD and teach, or I can be a lawyer. Like those are the three options. So I chose to try to combine two of those and go to law school and be a lawyer, but do it in DC, where if I decided I wanted to do politics, I could do that too. And so that's why I chose the law and my path there. And the law is one of those professions that you can very well, it's adaptable to an international mindset. There's a lot of ways that you can do legal work across borders. Not the only one though. There's, finance and accounting and, business administration and marketing. There's all kinds of things that happen across borders, especially in the private sector. The law is just a relatively easy one.
Is that still your passion, or what is your passion, and how do you translate that into your professional life if it's not?
Yeah, so my passion, if you want to call it passion, right? I sort of view it as a Venn diagram, right? Like where what I'm good at, plus what I enjoy doing, plus what the world needs, where those three things converge, that's where I want to be. So I'm really good at law. Like I'm a good lawyer. I am fully confident to sort of say, like, I've done it for a long time. I get it. I understand it. I'm good at it. There are parts of it that suck, right? Like there are 80-hour and 100-hour weeks, and there are things that I don't enjoy. And, the worst part about being a lawyer is other lawyers and all of this stuff that just exists. But I'm good at it. And I do enjoy it. There are definitely pieces of it that I in my current role, we're doing something that is, I'm not going to pretend that we're saving the world by distributing cloud software, right? Like that's not what we're doing, but we are making a lot of people's lives easier across the globe. Our whole point at Pax8 is to sort of make it easier for small and medium-sized businesses to get the technology that they need to be efficient and to do their work better. And we take care of the back office stuff, like all the billing of the vendors that they have. We just make their technology stack easy to handle. And that is not something that's going to, end climate change. And it's not going to bring an end to the Israeli-Palestinian dispute, right? That's not what it's going to do, but it is going to make a lot of people's lives a little bit better. And when everybody is just a little bit less stressed out, life is just better for everybody. So I do think the world actually needs what we're doing. I'm not going to try to oversell it. It's a small thing, but it's helpful and it's fun and our culture is good. And we've it's a company whose values align really well with mine. A lot of emphasis on diversity and equity and inclusion and do a lot of work in both urban and rural communities across the United States and across the globe. And like, it's just good. It makes me feel good to work at Pax8. It's just a great place to work. And so because it's something that I think the world needs just a little bit, and I'm good at what they need me to do, and I can help them do good stuff, then that's where I want to be, right? And so my passion really just sits in that spot. Like right now, it's at PAX 8, and I'm going to ride this as long as I can because I think we're doing great stuff, and we're going to do good things for Colorado. But it can quite easily be somewhere else. I don't have to stay in the technology space to have my passion. It's just, it'll probably be in the law somewhere. That's just, I'm at the stage in my life and my career where I'm not shifting that anytime soon. But as long as I'm doing what is good for the world, using my skills to do what's good for the world, then I'm happy to do it. And for anybody who's looking to be a lawyer, I will caution you, there are a lot of folks that need attorneys who are not doing good things for the world, right? So be careful about how you use your skills. That there are some folks who frankly don't deserve you. And you need to know that about yourself, about your own value, and that you don't just have to be a lawyer for anybody who pays you enough, because that's, I have seen that eat people's souls. So my advice is to stay away from that. So any political science or history majors or business majors who are thinking about going to law school, keep that in the back of your mind.
That's good advice. Ethics, right?
Yeah.
So what do you envision global trade looking like in 10 years, considering the ongoing US-China trade war, global material shortages, and bottlenecking becoming more common?
No idea what the global trade environment will look like in 10 years. No clue. I do think we're going to see supply chain innovation. I think that, and this isn't just because I work in the technology space, but there are several companies who see the global supply chain problem. Like I actually happen to believe that most of the world's problems are probably going to be solved by the private sector. The public sector sets the conditions within which the private sector can solve problems, but the UN isn't going to solve climate change. Some company that develops renewable energy storage in such a way that it's fast and easy, that's going to be what helps with climate change. Similarly with supply chains and the US-China trade war and those sorts of things. I think the private sector has a strong role to play there. So on the supply chain in particular, and these bottlenecks and all the stuff that's happened, I think we've got to be careful about ascribing too much enduring value to what has gone on with COVID. Like COVID has broken a lot of supply chains, and that's a pandemic issue. That's a public health concern that sort of intervened on our otherwise, fine system that was moving along. So let's pull out the COVID effect and just say that there are a lot of folks who are using, for example, artificial intelligence to make the supply chain more efficient. I think that's going to continue and increase. I think we're going to see a lot more automation in global trade generally, both in manufacturing, but also just in the technology space and in the supply chain itself, which I think is a good thing because it will free up a lot of us to do much more rewarding work and not just the sort of redundant, repetitive things. Like if a machine can do it, then a human probably isn't happy doing it. So I think that's what we'll see in global trade. As far as the politics of the US and China, I don't know. It depends a lot on not just the relationship, right? And how the parties relate to each other, but their own internal dynamics, which are really driving both countries, right? Like there's the US reaction against China, I think comes from a lot of the same place as your earlier question about patriotism and globalism and that. So I think that the trade concerns that we have with China are eminently solvable, right? Like I am very nervous about my company, for example, entering China because intellectual property protection is not their strong suit, but it will be someday. And maybe in 10 years, the Chinese government will see that they have enough sort of indigenously developed technology and intellectual property that they'll want to protect that themselves. Or maybe there will be a shift in the United States where we get over our fetish of IP protection and we can actually start seeing that, you know, actually sharing technology is a better way to advance things for everybody. And maybe we can rethink how we do patents and copyrights and trademarks and those sorts of things. So that my guess is our trade war with China, the solution to it lies somewhere in everybody being pissed off about not getting everything that they want. And as long as everybody's trying to get everything that they want, we're not going to get anywhere.
The key is in negotiation, right?
Yeah, well, and in being honest about what's really important to us and what's really important to them, and recognizing our relationship with one another and how we can live together, that we need each other. As much as we hate to admit it, we need each other, and we're all human beings living on the same planet. So, you know, the differences are much less than the similarities.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tyler, for such an informative lecture or presentation today. So we are going to take a short break, but first, everybody join me in thanking Tyler. And if you haven't already, please use the link in the chat box to sign up for the giveaway for this session. Tyler, thank you so much. It was such a great pleasure having you here today.
Thanks, Karen. It was good to see you again. We'll
Nice
talk
to
soon.
see you too.
All right.
Talk soon.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Thanks very much, Tanya, and welcome to everybody around the world. It's indeed exciting to see so many countries represented, and I believe we have between 250 or 300 people signed up for this event that has become an annual event here in Denver with the World Trade Center. I'm Doug Allen, a professor at the University of Denver Daniels College of Business. I teach international business and human resource management. And I've worked with the World Trade Center here in Denver for quite a few years, and it's a very special organization, and encourage you all to find out ways to get involved with whatever World Trade Center you're near. It's a wonderful network worldwide. This session is a wonderful opportunity to learn about Dubai and India. And we're happy to welcome Sam Thomas, who could not be more qualified to help us on this brief visit to these parts of the world. Sam is a man of the world. He is a businessman, an academic, a community activist, and I'll tell you just a few things about his background, and then we'll get right to his presentation. Sam is co-founder of CloudForce Pros, a cloud technology project support firm based out of Denver, with support offices in, of course, Dubai and India. Sam has been a senior ERP and CRM software solutions executive with a primary focus on Salesforce.com and SAP for the last 11 years. And so he's had an opportunity to see these technologies growing, developing right before our very eyes in places such as Dubai and India. Sam has worked in Dubai and traveled extensively in India. And in addition to that, in his spare time, serves as a faculty member at the University of Denver Daniels College of Business, teaching courses on global management as well as the fourth industrial revolution. In terms of community activities, Sam has been active in Colorado and the national political arenas. He served as the chairman of the Asian Advisory Council for Governor Hickenlooper for his 2 terms in office. Sam has a BA in International Relations with a minor in Economics and an MA in International Relations from the University of Denver's Corbell School of International Studies. So without further delay, let me welcome Sam. Sam, thanks so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you, Doug. Thanks for a kind introduction. I appreciate it. And it's an honor to be here with World Trade Center and all the attendees. It's indeed an honor. World Trade Center holds a dear space in my heart, especially with regards to India, a few years ago, we took a class from CU Denver, study abroad class to Bangalore, the tech city of India, and the World Trade Center organization there in collaboration with Karen and the team here. It couldn't have been more helpful. So again, I'm a big supporter, a fan of your efforts, and thank you for hosting this great event. It's an honor to be here. And if I can start right into our presentation today, on the first slide, we talked India and Dubai, and on the advertising slide, we talked about Dubai and India. So when Doug and the Trade Center group gave me the opportunity to speak on either or, I took the opportunity to speak on both, because I was born in India, and my family moved here when I was a teenager. So I've been fortunate to have taken in the unique cultural aspects of India, as well as I've been able to travel back and forth to India for business and academic speech tours and so on. Then to see the development and the modern development in right in front of our own eyes with regards to India has been a phenomenal opportunity, and I consider myself lucky to have witnessed that and lived through that. And similarly for Dubai, Dubai is a place that I used to stop on my way to India or on our way to US. However, I was fortunate from the perspective of fellow classmates from the 90s. University of Denver had a large group of Middle Eastern students, especially from Dubai and UAE. And I kept in touch with them and been partnered with them some business as well as cultural events, and I fostered that relationship. Therefore, Dubai holds a dear place in my heart as well. So when they gave me the opportunity to pick either or, I jumped on both. So that's where we are. We're going to start with India first. With as all of you know, India is the second largest populated country in the world, and the largest democracy and parliamentary democracy. And this little video clip that Doug's going to play will give us a little highlight of where we are currently as far as economic development. Thanks, Doug.
Is there supposed to be a sound, Sam?
Yeah, I think there is sound. Sorry. Yes, Doug has it, I think. It's just a 1 minute thing.
I'm going to reshare with sound. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Doug. This is all those Zoom little thingies.
By the way, it's just a 1 minute video. It doesn't have a voiceover, so I might speak over it some areas, so bear with me. Southern region of India, my home state of Kerala. Dubai. Thank you, Doug. If you can go to the next slide, I appreciate it. The developments that are highlighted in this video clip primarily shows since 1992. as Doug referred that or mentioned that I've been teaching global perspectives in international relations, and that's my DNA. And I can, I was fortunate in 1992 when we were studying at DU, our economics professor broke down the FDI, foreign direct investments going to India or lack of thereof, and the flood of money going to China and other parts of the world. India, fortunately, managed to attract more investments over the years. And most of the development, the modern era India that we see since post 1989, 92 in a big way. And thank God that both of the parliamentary system that the government switches from left to right and to the center. However, all of the administrations managed to keep it in the same path and same direction. So therefore, India has enjoyed an aggressive or yeah, I would say aggressive, but a nice positive growth and going in the right direction as far as infrastructure development. And later on, we'll get into further on the details. But this slide talks about how India is predicted to be an economic powerhouse because of the largest open market. Again, it started with 1989 and international trade and innovation welcoming into the country and foreign competition. And also foreign markets opened up for India's products. And what facilitated, in my opinion, and also the study has been done, what enabled India to take advantage of these opportunities, not just having the products, but also the brain power and the capabilities to take advantage of the IT revolution around the world, is the traditional emphasis on education, especially in math and sciences, has paid off incredible global opportunities for the youth. And as many of you heard, probably know that there are a large number of Indian young people working abroad in IT sector, especially in the United States and around the world. Currently, India has 65% of its population is under the age of 29. The largest youth workforce in the world is concentrated in India. That's definitely a plus for India now and going forward. Next slide, please. So in this slide, the bar graph talks about where it's been as far as the growth, the GDP growth, and where it's predicted to go in the next 2 years. In the forecast, I think it was a conservative numbers. I believe the final bar, it talks about 7.74. So it's 2014 to 2024, 10 years growth plan, actual and the predictions. But on the next slide, you'll see where it's really headed now. The next slide, please. It talks about, or it actually demonstrates the actual growth surpassed all of that. If you look at the far left bar, the IMF projections for the financial year 2022, and this is post-COVID, even with all the setbacks every country has had, including India, compare that to the right side on the blue bars, the largest growth there is China, 8.1. And again, this is IMF's prediction. IMF is still predicting India to have a 9.5% year 22 growth. So that is remarkable. If India managed to keep that, and again, just a comparison, look in the bottom, Japan is predicting a 2.8, United States 7, but I think there's been a decline or a downgrading of that number. But that's just to keep in perspective as far as where India is and where's India headed. Go ahead, Doug, if you can go to the next slide, please. So reflecting back on what I touched on earlier, what are the principles or the elements that enable India to take such a strong position in the IT sector, the innovation sector, and continues to? This happened in the modern India is 1947 with its independence. Our first prime minister, Nehru, he set the foundation for the brain power of India, which is the 23 IITs, the Indian Institute of Technologies. Now, when he started, it was in 23, it's been expanded. Currently, it has 10,000 students. These are the cream of the crop, the top ranking students in the country of 1.3 billion population. And again, as we mentioned earlier, 65% of that population falling under 29. So hundreds of thousands of people apply and 10,000 students are accepted in the IIT systems. Now, if you haven't heard of IIT, I highly recommend you look into it, not only to study about the infrastructure that's enabling India's the growth in the tech field or emerging technologies, but also it could be an opportunity for you. There are seats, as I call it, seats in these programs reserved for foreign students, people of Indian origin that study or living abroad. So especially if you're into technology, I highly recommend the IIT systems of India, sprawled throughout India in major cities. And many will rank IITs right up to MITs of our top institution in technology. And there are 20 IIMs, and these are the Indian Institute of Management. Some of the top CEOs and CFOs, by the way, both of these programs, they're recruited right off the campus, the graduates of these programs. And they're considered such an elite schools, and they're offered jobs right at you don't have to start from the bottom, exclusive packages and multi-million-dollar deals. Occasionally you hear about the superstars, and I would imagine any one of you, if you're interested, look into it, and it's a possibility for you. All right, Doug, thank you. The next slide, please. So the geopolitical influence that India has become in the last, I'd say in the 15 to 20 year space. This is an example of where India is today. It's happening as we speak this week in India, in the Bay of Bengal. The ship that you see, aircraft carrier you see in the forefront, is the aircraft carrier, U.S. aircraft carrier called Vinson. And there's Australia, Japan, and India all have their vessels in there practicing in naval exercises. So what does that mean? It means a lot in that region, and also for stability, and also for the critical ally that India has become for the United States, for smooth transition or transporting of goods and services through that the maritime passageways, and also stability or unified force against terrorism, other rogue elements that could pop out in that region occasionally. So this is a critical element that didn't happen until recently. And it's important to mention that how it happened real fast, which is India's shift from being a non-aligned nation, when India was first founded in the new India, 1947. And in the last 15, 20 years, leaning more towards the West, especially towards the United States. And so these nations are called Quad nations, the four nations that exercised in this one currently. Thank you. The next slide, please. So this is a slide about job opportunities globally. So it applies to all of us, and how India is poised to take advantage of it. And it's not exclusive just to India, it applies to all of us, all of you. So according to World Economic Forum, the top 10 job opportunities are the emerging technology, primarily tech focused. In the bottom are the top 10 declining positions. And you may notice there's a number 3 on the top list is a general and operational managers. It's on both lists, on the declining in the bottom and advancing in the top. It's because what the Economic Forum study is suggesting is that just being an effective manager of resources and people are not good enough to be able to be equipped with the current technologies. As we mentioned earlier, one of the classes we teach here at DU for undergraduate business students is fourth industrial revolution. We touch on everything from AI to 3D printing and big data and blockchain technology for civilian use, the blockchain technology which is behind cryptocurrency. So this is where the world is headed. 133 million new jobs to be created in 2022. I would say India is poised to take advantage of significant amount of those jobs. And again, it's not exclusive to India, it's open to all of us, and we should take advantage of that. Next slide, please. So this is our, we're going to transition over to Dubai in a minute. That's our next topic. But before I do that, as an Indian and who immigrated to the United States, I can be more happier that the relationship and the development has happened in India. And again, as I mentioned before, I'm lucky that I got to see it and feel it and experience it. Also, when I talk about India, many people make the mistake of India just happened. It didn't just happen. It's a reemergence of India. India is one of the most oldest civilizations been around, as you know, in the ancient history, the Sindh history, Sindhu, that's named after a river, as the other earliest known civilizations around. Then 500 years before Christ, or 5th BC, in the central part of India, we had a university with 20,000 students and 20,000 students and 2,000 teachers living on campus, with the housing for the undergraduate students in the basement part of the structure, sprawling structure, and so on, very similar to what it is today. This was under the Indian, the famous dynasty of the Gupta, was the name of the emperor, last name, in the Maurya dynasty. And he was the first to convert from Hinduism to Buddhism. And he sent out missionaries all over Asia to spread the new faith of Buddhism. And their students are coming from China, Japan, Korea, and all Persian countries to India, and the central part of India currently is the state of Bihar. So Indian civilization has been around, and the focus on education has been around. It's the reemergence of India is what we're witnessing now, which we're all party to. And there are opportunities for you to go there, to work, to start businesses, to be a student. And so thank you for the opportunity to talk about India. Now we cut over to Dubai, my next favorite emirate and country as part of the United Arab Emirates. Next slide, please. So as many of you know that you've heard of Dubai being the cosmopolitan, shiny city, the tallest building in the world until recently, and the sprawling metropolis. And currently, later on, we'll play the video clip on the, there's a World Expo happening in Dubai right now that's phenomenal, unmatched, as we've seen recent past. So it's comprised of 7 emirates. Emirates, it's another word for states, and each of them has rulers, and royalty is the, so it's not an elected or parliamentary system, it's a royalty, and different families that historically ruled. And the Dubai's case, Dubai has been a strong ally for the United States in the Middle East. And again, Dubai, when I say, is synonymous with UAE, it's they make their decisions and collectively, but Dubai has had the leadership in that because the economic stature and proximity to the Gulf, and strategic proximity for naval shipments and trade, and also for military activities. And the recent past with all the conflict that has happened in the Middle East and Iraq, and also in other regional states there. And the United States has military presence there. We supply them with weapons and other exercises, joint exercises, and so on. And we've had staging areas for during the Middle East wars with Iraq, and also in Afghanistan, we've had staging for our troops and so on there, and as well as in Oman. So opportunities to work and live and thrive for all people of all nationalities. That's what really caught my attention. And as Doug mentioned, in 2017, I was fortunate to run a company there, a Belgian-based company, and their partnership with the Emirati local company. And so my responsibility was to run it for the whole Middle East and North Africa, which included countries like Saudi Arabia, Oman, Qatar, and some of the other North African countries as well. Egypt was one. So this was exciting time for me to learn about in a closer proximity to the local culture, also some of the dynamics between even Arab nations or Islamic nations there, good and bad. So for American students or Americans, Dubai has been a steady, strong ally. And currently we have, let's see, I believe in another slide, we talked about the over 40,000 American expats live and work there. So we hear about the tourist spot at cosmopolitan city that it is. I've taken study abroad classes to Dubai, 2 or 3 different classes from Denver classes from CU, and also currently Doug is taking a class to Dubai, and I'm advising them on what to look for and what to enjoy while you're there, both culturally as well as educationally. They have some of the most remarkable university systems there. American university systems are vibrant in Dubai. Locals and foreign students study there of all different background. American University of Sharjah is one of the biggest campus that I've seen, and global destination for people from all over the world working and learning and collaborating. And the total population is 9.9 million. However, the local citizens are only about 900,000. So that gives you an image of there are a lot of expats living and working there. Approximately close to 40,000 Canadians live and work there. And again, you name it, every country is represented there. Every culture is represented there. Every food is represented there. So if you were to go there as a tourist or a student, you will not feel lonely. You will feel right at home. Next slide, please.
Okay, and Sam, just about a 7-minute warning, just to give you the time check.
Absolutely. And so this is a quick video on innovation, how Dubai's innovation being a leader. Take a look at this one. That little circle is their future museum, Innovation Museum of the Future. Take a look.
Despite being a modest size when compared to nearby skyscrapers, the building's facade calligraphy and unconventional shape make this one of the most complex construction projects ever attempted, and is within a short metro journey from the Burj Khalifa in downtown Dubai. Let's begin with the design concept, as this building is far from the ordinary. The Museum of the Future comprises of 3 parts: the Green Hill, the building, and the elliptical void. At the base, the Green Hill represents the Earth's solidarity and permanence. The futuristic upper building represents mankind, showing our strength, artistry, and ability to create. In the center, the elliptical void represents what is currently unknown knowledge. The museum was created with the aim of being one of the most technically advanced buildings in the world. It aims to be a catalyst for pioneering concepts and ideas, inspiring those who see and visit the building to innovate, create, and discover. 2021. The museum's 7 floors will provide an immersive experience for visitors by utilizing the latest technologies in virtual and augmented reality, big data analysis, artificial intelligence, and human-machine interaction. The museum will showcase how we will live our lives in the next 30 to 40 to 50 years' time. However, the upper floor will showcase upcoming technology that is available in the not-so-distant future. The lower level will be dedicated to child-friendly and interactive technologies. The themes will be centralized around climate change, as well as outer space and the future of healthcare and wellness.
Thank you, Doug. This innovation museum started about 5 years ago with a multi-billion-dollar investment, and their main goal is to attract the brightest minds, inventors, the next emerging technologies into that one place. It's a 7-story structure. There's a longer videos on this one available on YouTube and other places. I would highly recommend you take a look at it. Great opportunities if you're going into the science and technology sector, or if you have a startup idea that you want to spread into that part of the world or look for investors, I would definitely consider Dubai. Next slide, please. So real fast, Dubai is one of the most connected business centers in the Middle East and in the world. Dubai's own airline, Emirates Airline, has 138 global destinations out of Dubai. And by the way, those flight schedules are back to normal schedules now, post-COVID, and a majority of the population, almost nearly 100%, is vaccinated, and they're the World Expo, and they're ready to accept and host people from all over the world. As I mentioned earlier, over 40,000 people live and work in Dubai and the Emirates. UAE is ranked 21st in the world for doing business as far as licensing and all the other things that comes with it. Next slide, please. Now, this is the Dubai Expo video I want to show you. Take a look at this.
Come for the greatest global gathering in history, with countries from all over the world. Discover the world's most inventive ideas. See devices that extract water from air, concrete that generates solar power, and the most sensitive radio telescope ever made. Marvel at the world's most inspiring architecture. Step into structures that produce electricity, spaces that change shape, and buildings that send messages to space. Experience the world's greatest entertainment with local and international stars, live concerts, and colorful parades. Take in inspirational art, sample exotic cuisines, and witness more than 190 countries and cultures come together in one place. Join the making of a new world.
The World Expo, Dubai Expo, is happening right now. It goes on until March, so you have plenty of time to take a trip out there. Like I said, the flights are back to normal schedule. So in a real quick manner, that Dubai is where tradition meets innovation. I've yet to see a government entity emphasis and invest so much in emerging technologies with close ties to Silicon Valley and even state of Colorado with the space industry. They have their own Mars project. Recently, they sent up astronauts and space travel and close collaboration on all the emerging technologies. So I highly recommend take a trip out there as a tourist, or look into possibly studying there, any of the number of universities. Almost a lot of the large European universities and East Coast universities, even the University of Denver, have a presence there occasionally. So I highly recommend that. And thank you. This has been a great opportunity to talk about the two nations that I close dearly to my heart. And I had the fortune to travel and spent extensive time there. Thank you for the time. I'll take any questions through Doug.
Thank you, Sam. We do have a number of questions that are lined up and ready to go. Some good questions. Fantastic overview that you provided for us. The first question regards India. What do you think India's role will be in the future with further development of the OBOR? That's the One Belt, One Road initiative from China, of course.
Right. India has its own parallel or slightly different. I don't know if there's a collaboration. They're more of a competitive nature a little bit. That are, I'm not sure as far as if there's been any further discussion. As you know, there are border skirmishes happening a geopolitical way between China and India, unfortunately, on a regular basis. 2 days ago, there were skirmish between the soldiers, and there's some death happened. So there's that going on constantly, and there are some disputed areas that China claims that's a part of India's states. The whole states belongs to China. So I don't see them collaborating on the One Belt Road, but I also know there are waterways and parallel roads that are highway systems that and rail system India is talking about.
Okay, thanks, Sam. The next one says, hi, Sam. How can college graduates find an entry-level opportunity in Dubai? Any recommendations?
Yes. By the way, I know I have students from different parts of the country. Dubai price knowledge and the brain power more than any other country that I know, and they the opportunities are there. I would say start with a firm that's based out of your home base. I would say reach out to World Trade Center in your city or World Trade Center folks in Denver who organize this, and connect with an entity. Doug has taken a group of students to Dubai, then he's collaborating with the Denver-based companies with the presence in Dubai. That might be the natural way to get involved as an intern or as a beginner, then spread your wings from there. What do you think, Doug?
I agree. Those are good ideas. In addition to that, there might be opportunities to just radar scan around, maybe even asking the World Trade Center to help look for Denver companies that have some kind of Dubai connections and see if there might be a internship or a job opportunity there too.
Absolutely. And by the way, there are modern tools, LinkedIn, all that, and feel free to reach out to Doug or myself. I'm more than happy to guide as you get your credentials earned, degrees finished and experience and so on.
Right. So here's another one. How sensitive is Dubai to Asian geopolitical tension?
Good question. They're aware of it. And I would put UAE and Dubai specifically like the Norwegian countries playing the neutral role, or Singapore did in the 80s. A real quick story. I remember visiting Singapore, and one part of the naval area there, they'll have the USSR ships docked, and the other side, the American ships are docked, military ships. So UAE plays almost a neutral role, and I think, so, I don't mean to say plays in a negative way. They play an important role, and they continue to. They're well aware of it. And by the way, Chinese investments there are in the hundreds of billions of dollars. So they have to be sensitive to foreign investors, and their country is open to all of that. So yeah, they play an important role. Yeah, go ahead.
Good, thanks. Next one is India's current political leadership encouraging and creating conditions conducive for collaboration, studies, and/or business?
Yes, yes. The current regime, as I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, that it's a good thing for India, left, right, and center. They've been opening up for innovation. The only restriction currently India faces the air travel restriction due to COVID era issues. But supposedly by mid-November, that should be lifted. You should be able to apply for tech companies or other multinationals for jobs, and also universities. They highly encourage universities to open up and accept foreign students from foreign countries. I have given speeches to a lot of the university campuses. Yeah, India is all about, as I mentioned, it's going back to 500 BC, about exchanging of ideas and inviting people from other nations. So yeah, the answer is yes, a strong yes.
Great, thanks. Next question is, Sam, Thomas, and Doug, have you guys ran a business before in the UAE? And I'll just say the answer for me is no. I've taken several teams of students to Dubai and the UAE, and we have collaborated with universities there, but I have never personally run a business in the UAE, but that does not apply to Sam.
Yes, I have, and I currently do. In 2017, I was running a smart building technology company out of Belgium, and they had a Middle East and North Africa presence. I was the director for the Middle East and North Africa operation. So I was in effect an employee of that company. But partnership-wise, currently we have the cloud tech company with the branch office there, as well as in India. Yes, there are some regulations and regulations and licenses you have to be, one has to be aware of that you may not necessarily have here in the US. And there are tools or other companies you can go through to satisfy that requirement. The government has lowered a lot of the restrictions in the last 2-3 years. Previously, you would have to have a local partner, certain percentage, 49% or so local partner, any business that you open in the UAE and Dubai, that has changed. You have trade-free or tax-free zones that you can open up your business with very little out-of-pocket expenses compared to other places of the world. Yes, I have, and I'd be happy to share more later.
And maybe just a quick follow-up. It sounds like you're very optimistic about the business opportunities in Dubai moving forward as well.
I am, and here's why. It's one thing to talk about ideas, whether in our own personal sphere or in national or country sphere or perspective. It's another thing entirely different to step up and invest time and money. I get to see another country in that region. The only one comes close to mine is maybe perhaps Singapore, and decisions are made on a fast track manner. Ideas are, checked and double checked with some of the brightest minds, and the government invest, whether in the Innovation Museum concept, the local sketch there's a competition, the blueprint was accepted and won the award in 2015. And 5-6 years later, we have a multi-billion-dollar enterprise for nothing more than future of innovation, emerging technologies. I've yet to see anyone move that fast around the world, anywhere else in the world. So yes, I'm bullish on, I'm strong believer in Dubai and what they're doing, yes.
Right, thanks. I think we have time for one or two more questions before the end of the session. If there was one thing that the world could learn from Dubai and India, what would it be?
India, let's start with India first, is that openness and the curiosity or promoting of education, the brain power. Yes, power dynamic shifts as we've seen in India, going from one of the most power centers and one of the powerful nations on earth in 500 BC, and for certain dynamics, certain reasons, and lose out that power base, then 450 years of colonial occupation and starting all over again, is that, yes, you need to have a certain balance with the military power to protect your nation. And the key core focus is on education and the growth of the mind. The rest of the things will happen and continue to offer opportunities for you. In Dubai's case, it's hard to replicate Dubai because it's a royalty and it's a monarchy. Some would make the case it may be an autocratic. I disagree, because I've seen it firsthand how the ministerial decision-making bodies around the ruler, how open he is, and how generationally, several generations, they've been focused on investing in the people and the infrastructure and technology and emerging technologies and critical collaborations with the West. So I'm a big believer in Dubai for those reasons. What we can learn from them is that invest in what's now and also what's ahead, 50 years ahead, for opportunities ahead, and that will pay off. And again, it's uncompared. I haven't seen that in too many other places around the world. And I've been fortunate to travel almost all the countries of South Asia, Southeast Asia, spend time there. So it's continued investment in education and innovation, real investment, money and infrastructure investment, yes.
Thanks, Sam. And unfortunately, we're coming to the end of our time here. It's been a fascinating opportunity to take a quick look at both of these countries. Interesting ties between the two and very, very different in their realities as well. I'd like to thank everybody who joined the session. It's been a fascinating opportunity to look at some food choices and other indications of preference along in the chat as we've moved along. And I'd like to remind everybody also, don't forget the drawing. That information should be over in the chat session. And at this point, we'll close this session, and in about 5 minutes, we'll be back again. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity.
Welcome everyone to this session of IBNU. My name is Gina Cook. I'm happy to be with you here today. I'm a big internationalist. I also am on the faculty at the business school. I teach international business courses at MSU Denver here in Colorado. So happy that we have such a diverse audience today. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Our session is focused on sustainability, and we have here with us one of the local gurus. Claire Lerner is Director of Sustainability and External Relations at Newmont Mining Corporation. She focuses on human rights, responsible sourcing, and other sustainability issues. She has a long history in the sustainable area and comes to us from the UK. Here today, she's going to speak on Newmont's activities in the area and what that looks like in actual practice. So let me scroll up your slides and then welcome Claire.
Great. Thank you so much, Gina. And thank you everyone for the invitation. I had no idea this was going to be such a diverse audience and was thrilled to see how many states and countries folks are from. I saw someone just there who speaks Twi, and that's obviously one of the regional dialects in Ghana where Newmont has two operations. So that was fantastic to see. And I caught a little bit of Sam's presentation as well and can confirm, having spent 6 months in India, that it is an incredible country. So that was pretty cool to hear about that. But really appreciate the invitation to be here. As Gina said, I'm a Director for External Relations at Newmont Mining. I lead our human rights program and our program on what we call responsible sourcing. But I will talk a little bit more about our activities and our strategies in the sustainability space shortly. Next slide, please, Gina. Thank you. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview about Newmont and our strategy, what we're now terming our environmental, social, and governance strategy. And I'll talk about that sort of high-level overview piece and then give you some case studies of things on the ground so you get a bit more of a taste of how we operationalize some of our strategy. And I'll look at our environmental and social performances as well. Again, putting some case studies in there that hopefully you find interesting. Next slide, please, Gina. So just a little bit of a background on Newmont for those of you that don't know us. We are the world's largest gold mining company. We're based here in Colorado, so very thrilled to be speaking to this audience. We, as I said, largest gold mining company. We produce copper, silver, zinc, and lead as well. And we have operations in North America, South America, Australia, and Africa, as you can see on this slide. And I mentioned those two African operations are in Ghana. Next slide, please. So before I go into some of the detail of our strategies, policies, and work over the years, I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the terminology you may have heard in the business and society space. And I think the terms have evolved over the years quite significantly. So a decade or so ago, we might have talked about corporate social responsibility. We might have talked in terms of non-financial risk. And that sort of evolved into discussions around sustainability and businesses' role in being sustainable and contributing to a sustainable world. And then recently I mentioned the current term that resonates widely with folks is ESG. And I'm sure many of you are aware of ESG. So environmental, social, governance, performance is what we mean by the term ESG. And as I mentioned, this now resonates widely with investors, with companies, with civil society, and it is applied cross-sectorally. So when we spoke about sustainability in the past, it was often associated with certain sectors, whereas ESG is a very cross-functional and cross-sectoral term that's used. So as a company that's 100 years old, we have learned some very, very hard lessons over the years. And that's shaped us as a company, and it's shaped the way that we think about ESG issues now. So whatever term we're using, we clearly articulate our commitment to being a responsible member of society, a responsible global citizen through our purpose, which you can see here is to create value and improve lives through sustainable and responsible mining. Next slide, please, Gina. So I'm not going to go into this slide in too much detail, but I just wanted to illustrate how ESG is really integrated into our global strategy. So you can see here that our ESG pillar sits alongside a pillar on operational growth and on operational excellence and on growth. So objectives like meeting climate targets, and I'm going to talk a little bit about those shortly, like improving site level performance, and ensuring that host communities recover and thrive post-COVID. Those kind of objectives sit alongside targets on production and expansion, which obviously are an important piece from a financial perspective, but the ESG components are given equal weight in the strategy. Next slide, please. I just wanted to highlight our values that you can see here around safety, integrity, sustainability, inclusion, and responsibility. When I started in the industry, probably almost 15 years ago now, I never ever would have associated these kind of values with a mining company. I now know the significant potential, and I do say potential because there is still a lot more that the industry needs to do to improve its practices. But I now understand that potential for an industry that might be in a country for several generations to have a positive contribution to that society. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to put this timeline up here to highlight that even though the framing of ESG might be new, the issues are not new for Newmont, and we've been working on them for many, many years. I'm not going to walk through all the pieces on this timeline, but just to highlight a few. Going back as early as 2001, we were a founding member of the International Council on Mining and Metals. And the ICMM is an organization committed to a safe, fair, and sustainable mining industry. So we were one of 7 companies at the time at the inception of the ICMM, which has now grown to 28 companies. And those 28 companies represent almost a third of the global mining and metals industry. So it's a very significant voice in the industry, and it was pretty cool that we were around there at its origins. We published our first sustainability report in 2004, appointed our first chief sustainability officer in 2007. And then you can see throughout the years the various standards that we have committed to and the various reporting frameworks, such as one of the seminal reporting frameworks on human rights that we adopted. We were the first extractives company to start reporting using that framework. Next slide, please. I won't dwell on this, just wanted to illustrate that sustained commitment to ESG issues, to sustainability issues and strong performance in this area has paid off in terms of the external recognition that we've received across a number of areas and organizations. Next slide. So just a little bit on the business case and why it's important that we care about our environmental and our social performance. I think the first piece is from the perspective of our employees and future employees. Maybe some of you on the line will be our future employees. We know that companies have always been scrutinized on their impacts and how they do no harm or manage their negative impacts. But this is not enough anymore. And we know, particularly from some of the younger generations entering the workforce, they really want to know that they are working for a values-driven organization. And they're often quite skeptical of businesses' motives. So we really need to be able to demonstrate that we are responsible citizens in order to continue to attract top talent. Otherwise, we won't survive as a business. And then our host communities, they expect the same thing. Mining can have a huge impact on their lives, both positively and negatively. And unless we are contributing to their social and economic development, we're not going to gain and maintain social acceptance, which again is a really critical component of our ability to continue to operate. And then finally, from the investor side of things, we now know that investors expect a level of transparency around our ESG performance than they have in the past. So this is, there's always been investor scrutiny, but this has really, really intensified in recent years. And they seem to understand the link between ESG performance and a well-run and profitable company. So they're often using their financial influence now to promote responsible practices. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about governance as the underpinning for strong environmental and social governance. Next slide, please, Gina. So as I mentioned, good governance really has to underpin strong and robust social and environmental performance. And without it, the other two pieces would not exist. So in this regard, Newmont has had an independent board for 15 years. We have a robust audit committee as part of that board, a safety and sustainability committee, and a leadership development and compensation committee. And it's the Safety and Sustainability Committee of the board that really reviews our progress against our sustainability targets, is instrumental in defining what future targets should look like, and they really do challenge us to be more progressive when thinking about future targets. So very active committee of the board there, which is great. It is the Leadership and Development Committee that holds management to account for succession plans. That committee takes into account ESG performance as part of the promotion process for our leaders. So that's pretty critical as well. And then I just wanted to highlight our commitment to diversity and inclusion. And these are both incredibly critical values for Newmont. And setting the tone for that commitment really starts at the top and at the board level. We know that diversity of thought and background drives better decision-making and better outcomes. So 70% of our current board members are either gender, ethnically, or racially diverse. We have members from Mexico, from Ghana. We have a member who was a former Grand Chief of the Cree Council. So again, very important piece for us and very important that we integrate that commitment throughout all levels of the organization. The final piece I wanted to highlight on the governance side is our commitment to transparency. And we know that transparency is really a prerequisite for building credibility and trust. I've put a couple of the standards and reporting frameworks that we adhere to on this slide. We have been recognized as one of the top 5 most transparent companies in the S&P 500 as recognized by Bloomberg. And we really know that as a company with significant impacts, again, both positive and negative, transparent reporting can really help with an understanding of our key risks and opportunities. Next slide, please. So I'm now going to touch on our environmental performance. Next slide, please. And wanted to highlight our sustainability framework, which is really those institutional pieces that underpin our performance. So these range from our global policies to the standards that we implement at all of our sites, to the targets that we set for ourselves and hold ourselves publicly accountable for, to how we report performance. So on the environmental side, I've included our environmental standards here. Again, all of these standards have requirements that every single site has to implement. And these might be standards like engaging with key stakeholders on biodiversity planning, for example, or having in place stakeholder engagement plans for mine closure. So really important pieces that everyone globally adheres to. I've also highlighted some of our 2021 targets here. We have targets around water, around climate change, which I'm going to talk about next, and around reclamation. Next slide, please. So last year, as you can see here, we announced climate targets of a 30% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030, with the ultimate goal of having net zero carbon emissions by 2050. We had a previous goal that concluded last year of a 16.5% reduction. I think one of the key things that differentiates Newmont in this space is that we have really based these targets, they're science-based. So we worked with an organization called the Science Based Target Initiative, which is an organization that mobilizes the private sector to take urgent action on climate. And the SBTI really assesses and validates your climate targets. And they actually pushed us to go further initially. But they have now validated our targets. They've recognized us publicly on their website as a committed company. And they've helped us define specific emission reduction pathways to meet the Paris Agreement objective of being well below the 2 degrees Celsius temperature change. So in addition to those science-based targets, we've also committed to directing $500 million to climate initiatives over the next 5 years. And that's going to help us meet these targets through the use of a variety of technologies. In June, we published our first climate report based on the requirements of the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Some of you might be aware of TCFD. It's an investor-led framework which aims to improve the quality of climate-related financial disclosures. And then future reports are going to track our progress towards our goals and track our progress against our strategy. Next slide, please. Just thinking about how we're going to achieve these ambitious commitments, we have embedded climate considerations into our investment decision-making process. For example, by thinking about fuel switching, so where we would replace diesel with natural gas and biofuels, electrification, converting to electrical processing and vehicle technology. And we've recently done this at one of our Australian mines. Renewable energy, so investing in renewable energy solutions, and then carbon capture and storage. And you can see on this slide some of the other components that we're thinking of and we're working through, including solar and wind projects. Next slide, please. So finally, on the environmental side, before I get into some of the social performance pieces, I wanted to provide an in-country example of really what it looks like to operationalize our standards and what it means to be a responsible citizen on the ground in country where we operate. And the example I put up here is from Mexico. It's our Peñasquito mine, where prior to 2020, we really had a history of disputes with one of the communities surrounding our mine. So the Cedros community is one of 25 neighboring communities. And many of those disputes related to water, or were at least couched in terms of concerns around water. So in December last year, we signed a historic water pact with the community, agreeing to secure a sustainable water supply for them. The community then ratified a formal agreement, and you can see that ratification process here on the slide. And that agreement involves land use, water availability, infrastructure, and social investment. And the pact and the agreement allow for a number of water treatment plants being put in place, new wells, water trucking, and then 90 other infrastructure projects and community development projects. So this was a pretty important and seminal agreement for us to make with the Cedros community. I won't go through all the critical factors here, but some of them include government's role in the process at really bringing all the parties to the table, and then government taking ownership of some of the processes, the water management processes going forward. We've also committed to participatory monitoring with CEDROS. So we'll be building trust and transparency through that process while also creating awareness around water usage and management capabilities. Next slide, please. So moving on to our social performance piece. Next slide, please. Our sustainability framework that I mentioned earlier, again, our social performance piece is a key part of that. We have a number of social standards that you can see here, and then a number of targets that we've set around local and Indigenous employment, around community commitments, and then around managing human rights risks in our supplier base. Next slide, please. So I just briefly wanted to highlight this notion of social acceptance, because I think it speaks to the heart of being a responsible citizen and actor in society. And social acceptance is often how we characterize community support for our activities. So is essential for us to be able to continue to operate, is to have and maintain social acceptance. And you can see on this slide the key components of that, what needs to happen across the mine life cycle. So from opening a mine to closing it, we need to be managing our impacts. We need to be engaging with stakeholders, and we need to be creating value. So if communities are thriving post-closure, we know that we have done our part to catalyze sustainable local economic development. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to provide a case study. Next slide, please. Again, it's a bit more real if we put some of these strategies and standards into context in terms of what it looks like in some of the countries where we operate. So I wanted to talk about our engagement with 2 First Nation communities in Canada throughout the COVID pandemic. Obviously, that's still ongoing. But I thought it's an interesting example of how we really adhere to the requirements in our standards through building relationships. So this slide just provides a little bit of the context around COVID. It shows our mines and emphasizes that early on, our CEO was very, very clear that we would not continue to operate if doing so posed risks to our workforce or to the communities in and around our mines. As a result of COVID risks, we put 6 of our 12 mines into care and maintenance at some stage. And care and maintenance is really where you stop production, you stop revenue generating activities, you probably have a skeleton crew on site, you might be doing basic environmental monitoring, but beyond that, you're really not operating and definitely not generating revenue. And so, as I said, in Canada, Mexico, Peru, Argentina, and this year, Australia had to go into care and maintenance at some stage. And we estimate that this cost us about $178 million. And I put that figure on this slide because I wanted to illustrate that first and foremost, we were concerned with health and safety. And that had a financial cost, but that was really a secondary consideration. And again, I think that's one of the key pieces of a responsible business. They are willing to do the right thing sometimes over profit and over concerns with profit. Next slide, please. So I was just going to give the example of 2 of our mines, Musselwhite and Éléonore. Both in Canada. Musselwhite is a fly-in, fly-out operation located north of Thunder Bay in Canada. Éléonore is in a very remote corner of northern Quebec. And we have many First Nation groups that work in and around the mine there. And as with many First Nation groups in Canada, and actually Indigenous groups globally, The communities, some of the communities have had a very, very negative history with diseases and pandemics. Many First Nation communities in Canada lost over 50% of their population in 1918 around the Spanish flu, and lost many more to other diseases like smallpox and things over the years. So because of this, many of our First Nation employees were incredibly nervous about community transmission of COVID. So as a result of those concerns that they expressed to us, we actually voluntarily put Éléonore into care and maintenance. And at one stage, the government actually shut down mining in the province, but we had put that mine into care and maintenance because of those community concerns. The government of Ontario continued to classify mining as an essential service, but again, due to those community concerns, we voluntarily put Musselwhite into care and maintenance as well. Éléonore was in care and maintenance for 60 days and Musselwhite for 90, which again is not an insignificant amount of time as a business to not be generating revenue from two sites. Throughout that time, we continued to engage with the First Nation leadership very, very closely, and we were able to restart both mines with approval from those communities, and we ramped up based on the pace and scale that those communities were comfortable with. Another key piece here was this communication at the highest level. It was our general managers, and in the employee hierarchy at site, the general managers are really as high up as you can go. So they were engaging directly with First Nation leadership, and that piece was key. And then our CEO was also engaging with the Grand Chief of the Cree Nation at Éléonore. So a key component there for respectful stakeholder engagement. Next slide, please.
Claire, just a 5-minute warning.
Okay, thanks, Gina. Next slide, please. So another key piece, which I will now highlight pretty rapidly, that I wanted to mention in relation to being a responsible global citizen is our work on human rights. And so I've included a timeline here. I won't go through it in detail. Just wanted to highlight that as early as the 90s, we were signing agreements with our First Nation communities in Canada, with our Aboriginal communities in and around our mines in Australia. We produced our first human rights standard in 2014. I don't know if any of you are aware of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but we have aligned our standards and our strategy to that key seminal human rights framework. And you can see some of the activities throughout this timeline here. I'm going to skip through those to the next slide, please, Gina. Maybe just to highlight where you can get some more information about our human rights approach. We have various documents on our website, and I've included the link there, so you'll be able to see that when you look back on this presentation. Next slide, please. Finally, I just wanted to touch on our work on Sustainable Development Goals. So I'm sure most of you are aware that the SDGs were adopted in 2015 by the UN. They call for urgent action by governments and companies to end poverty, to improve health and education, to reduce inequality, and to spur economic growth. Sorry, next slide, please, Gina. For Newmont, ensuring that we positively contribute to the SDGs has meant that we have prioritized those goals where we think we can have the most impact and those goals that are most aligned to our business strategy. And that business strategy alignment was really, really important to ensure that our contributions were not just short-term philanthropic endeavors, but they were really linked into our business strategy, and so our contribution will be much more meaningful to them. I've pulled out the 5 goals that we've prioritized here, and we have numerous examples of how we contribute to those through reducing infant mortality rates in Ghana, to implementing water programs in Peru, where 10,000 households now have regular access to water, many of them for the first time through some of our programs there. I mentioned some of our global inclusion and diversity work. And we obviously contribute to decent work and economic growth through direct job creation and also through induced employment in the wider community. Next slide, please, Gina. So finally, just to end with some of the examples that I talked about today, and many, many more are outlined in our reports on our website. So we have an annual sustainability report. I mentioned we produced our first climate report. So really urge you to look at those pieces and the other reports that we include for more information. And I'm right up against time, so I will pause there, but really, really look forward to questions. Thanks, Gina.
Great, thank you so much, Claire. That was really interesting. Appreciate your time. And we do have a bunch of questions. So let's see here. The first one is, do you think it's possible for the United States to go carbon neutral by 2060? Or do you think that's too ambitious? And where would you recommend we start, if so?
Yeah, good question. And was that by 2050, which is the Paris, the commitment in the Paris Agreement? I assume that was the date referenced. Yes, I do not only think it's possible, but that it's absolutely fundamental and necessary. I think that there are a whole mix of things that need to happen for that to happen. You obviously need the corporate sector involved and making very strong commitments to climate, science-based commitments to climate, because those are the most meaningful. I read an article in The Economist last week, I think, saying that 4,500 of the top companies had made some kind of commitment to emission reduction targets, but of those, only about a fifth were science-based. So unless they're science-based, it's definitely not as meaningful. So you need action by the corporate sector. You obviously need a regulatory framework in place that's going to drive that action. And we've seen some work on that by the current administration. So business and government have to work hand in hand. And then all of us as individuals, as citizens, actually I'm not a US citizen, but as a global citizen, we all need to be thinking about the part that we can play. You know, what we individually can do to positively contribute to the environment, to reduce our individual footprints. And where governments aren't taking actions, or individual states are not taking actions, to use our voice in encouraging action. So I do think it's possible. It's going to be very challenging.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you. Our next question is, in the mining space, how does Newmont compete with other companies? And does implementing innovative yet expensive sustainability policies increase your competitiveness or hinder financial strength?
Great question. Yeah, there's a lot in there. I mean, I think you know, we constantly bench ourselves against our peers. And there are some areas where we're clearly leading. There are some areas where I think we still have more work to do. We don't see financial performance as separate from ESG performance. The two are intrinsically linked, and we are able to have robust financial performance because it's underpinned by good governance and by strong environmental and social performance. And honestly, there is not a conversation that we have with any investor at the moment that does not ask a question on some element of our ESG work. So this is top of mind for investors now. And the area where we're really trying to differentiate ourselves is in the transparency space, where we're trying to be very honest about our risks and opportunities. And I think that transparency, as I said, helps build trust and credibility. And in that area, we are getting external recognition for being leaders. We're recognized in certain subject benchmarks as well. So, for example, in the corporate human rights benchmark, we're not top of the extractive companies, but I think we were 19 out of 200 companies across several sectors in 2020, and we have more work to do there. But we're trying to be as transparent as possible where that transparency drives performance improvements on the ground. So you have to be careful about, becoming a PR machine or over communicating your messages. You want those commitments to reporting to really be driving performance improvements on the ground.
Great, thank you. Let's see, we have another question about, do you think governments need to better incentivize businesses to prioritize sustainability? And if so, what would you recommend in that regard?
Yeah, it's a good question. And actually, a lot of governments are already incentivizing responsible practices across the board of the sustainability agenda or ESG agenda. And you see that here in the US for various pieces of legislation like the Dodd-Frank, for example, Dodd-Frank Act, which looks at minerals coming out of the Democratic Republic of Congo. It looks at your transparency around due diligence processes. There is a Transparency in Supply Chain Act in California, again, asking for increased disclosure around how you're managing human rights risks in your value chain. And then we see a lot coming out of the EU. So there's discussions on EU mandatory due diligence, and that's going to apply to human rights as well as environment. So you really see governments moving in the mandatory direction. I think for us, one of the positive things about adopting this UN guiding principles framework that I mentioned is that has become, even though it's a voluntary framework, it's moving much more from soft law into hard law. So you see these governments really committing to the UN guiding principles. That EU piece that I mentioned is looking to incorporate the UNGPs as a mandatory piece of legislation. And so, you as a company, you want to try and be ahead of that and have the processes in place that ensure you're ready for any legislation when it comes. But smart legislation is helpful for companies. It can provide policy coherence. It can provide, guidance on how expectations should be implemented. So I think it's not always a bad thing, provided it's not anti-competitive and there is coherence across regions.
Great, thank you. Oh gosh, we have so many interesting questions. I think we've only got time for maybe one or two more. There are several about basically, are there internship opportunities with Newmont, and or how did you get into this particular sector, and what would you recommend for students that are interested in pursuing an opportunity in sustainability or within the mining framework?
Yeah, so there definitely are internship opportunities, and we have a pretty good intern program. So I should have actually put my email on the presentation, but you'll probably be able to find me on LinkedIn, and if anyone wants to send me their resume, I'll make sure that it gets into the right hands. I think we sort of open up opportunities around springtime. So absolutely, that's a great way to get an understanding of the sector. I got into mining a little bit by accident, and I won't bore everyone with my career history, but I was working at the UN in New York after I graduated in humanitarian aid. So the focus was on getting funds out of the door very quickly for underfunded emergencies or for rapid response emergencies. And I sort of missed the development component, and I knew I wanted to shift into development work where you could see sort of more longer term thinking or more thoughts about longer term development outcomes. So I moved back to London, and I was actually just doing some temporary work. And I was placed with the International Council on Mining and Metals, which is one of the organizations I referenced earlier, has been pretty instrumental in the social and environmental performance space for the industry. Anyway, I ended up there, and I said, don't be ridiculous. I will never work for the mining industry. It's terrible. But then I really started to look at the potential for positive impact that the industry can have over many, many generations. And I was sold on that. But I think internships are a great way to get some experience of things. If you're young enough and willing to travel, I think that's another great option, is to look at where companies have operations globally, and where they might need on-site capacity or support, and reach out or look at jobs in particular countries as well, to get some of that experience. I had a little bit of that, but I wish I'd had more before coming to a corporate role.
Great. Thank you so much, Claire. I think it's time for us to wrap up our session. I appreciate the audience's questions, and everyone, please join me in thanking Claire Larner for a wonderful presentation and a lot of really interesting info about sustainability. Thank you so much.
Good day, everyone. Thanks for joining us for this International Business and You webinar session. My name is Dennis Perrin. I'm on the World Trade Center's Institute Advisory Board, and I'm happy to say that we've been a proud supporter of this event since 2013, its inception. I will be a moderator today and help you with Q&A at the end of the session. It's my pleasure to introduce Javion Blake, founder of Just Chill International. Javion describes himself as an adamant dreamer and even more joyful doer. A Jamaican native, Javion relocated to the United States to pursue education in mechanical, industrial, and management engineering. In 2019, Javion launched his vision of starting an international business, and he's here today to tell you all about it. Javion?
Thank you very much, Dennis. I appreciate the introduction. And I look forward to sharing what I have started from a vision in 2019, and now moving into the market, or I've been moving into the market. So, the title of my presentation here today is titled "Breadfruit: A Story of International Business." As Dennis had mentioned, my name is Javion Blake. The brand out in the open market is referred to as Just Chill, and I'm the founder of Just Chill. And I'm sure the big question here in everyone's mind right now is, what is breadfruit? And just so we can get those questions out of the way, breadfruit is a tropically grown fruit, what is sometimes considered a tropical potato. It's grown in the regions of the world where people typically go for vacation, all the way from Hawaii over to Jamaica to West Africa, or even interiors of Africa in some places, to Tahiti, all the way over to the Philippines and far beyond. Now, why is this story relevant to you? I believe this story is relevant to you because many of you are either in the space or about to go into the space where you're going to be bringing value, you're going to be seeking to bring value to the market. And sometimes value finds itself you'll find value in places where you least expect it. And sometimes, in this case, like for example, being food waste or lack of utilization or lack of innovation in the food product. The next thing you're probably wondering is, like, when do I see this on the shelf? We do have a few local shelves and across the nation, really, and we're looking to expand that. So as soon as possible would be or hope. And who am I? I am just a kid from Jamaica who had a dream and followed that dream all the way through engineering. And now I'm traversing the world of entrepreneurship and looking forward to sharing that with you and the rest of the world. And yeah, just excited about bringing value to the consumers, the customers, and all the strategic partners that I work with in building this dream into a reality. Where is breadfruit found naturally? As kind of mentioned, it's all the way in the tropical natural belt. It doesn't grow anywhere north of Florida, so it's usually just within the tropical regions of the world. And how is the first time that you're hearing about this, breadfruit in general? Really, it's because it's just never really been commercialized until now. We're one of the first company in the United States that's doing a commercial breadfruit byproduct. And so, yeah, we're just the first, but you're going to be seeing much more of it. Now, with that out of the way, I want to kind of dig a little bit further into the business of international trade, and what some of the basics that I've come to understand about that space after going through it, or while going through it. So first thing first is we have traditionally have an experience of the world from a germ, gun, and steel concept of how the world operates, which is a more domination association with the wider world, where one society develops certain solutions to problems and then export those solutions in a one-size-fits-all to different societies around the world. I think we're looking at a future that's going to be significantly different in that I think shared experiences is probably going to be a bigger part of the future moving forward. And that's why you see companies like Airbnb focusing so extensively on the idea of experiences, because everyone who grew up with shoes want to go somewhere else and figure out what is it like walking barefoot, doing something else. And that even that can itself become a service that can be brought to the market. In terms of what I think it takes to get into the world of international trade, I think guts comes to mind as one of the first things. But at the same time that guts come to mind in traversing these unknown territories and developing these different relationships that you need to get things done on the ground. At the same time, we have to consider empathy, because the empathy comes in where you are now understanding that when you're dealing with international trade, you're dealing with cross-culture, cross-borders, and people look at things different ways. And you have to find a way to empathize and understanding how the people that you're dealing with, your consumers, your customers, your suppliers, your vendors, whatever it is, you have to understand to a level of where they're coming from, because at the end of the day, they are the resources that are going to bring you the value you need to get to market. And so when you think of guts and empathy, you probably think of two different things, but really and truly, that's where I believe creativity comes into play. You really have to come up with creative solution. And as an entrepreneur, I think that's what really you do on a daily basis, is creatively solve problems in different ways that have just never been done before, or figuring out ways that can leverage systems that would solve your problems that have been created already. And I think something that's very important in the entrepreneurial space is understanding that it's best to acknowledge the trees as opposed to just searching for the furnitures in the forest. And I know that sounds interesting in certain ways, but I'm going to kind of like give some ideas of what I mean by that. I think typically we'll go into something searching for the right, expecting that there's a right solution. And so we approach the space and look specifically for the solution we seek. But in terms of doing that, a lot of times we miss some of the opportunities for things we can use to arrive at that solution. And so I am suggesting that when you're looking for a solution, look at what's there, acknowledge it, and then look at how what is there can be used to get you to the end result you seek. And following up on this, I would say the power of first principle thinking over analogy thinking can be very, very effective in the world of entrepreneurship, innovation, and just creativity in general. First principle generally refers to the concept of like, what are the natural laws governing certain practices, governing certain situations, governing certain laws, or governing certain arrangements. And so what that means is you go to the baseline level and you see what are the governing factors, and then you try to understand how you can manipulate these variables in these underlying laws to actually get you the end result you seek. In comparison, you have analogy thinking. Analogy thinking is looking at something and say, oh, it's been done this way before, therefore we can approach doing it this way again. And so you're going off based on what has been done as opposed to coming up with a solution just based on the underlying principles that govern those situations or the outcomes. And international trading generally, when you're starting something, you typically have to consider the capacity. And when you go into a lot of economies that do not have a lot of infrastructures in place to do as much of the thing like that might be here in the US, you have to consider how are you going to build these capacities to be able to produce the end result. And so always go into any kind of decision you make in international trade or trade in general about capacity building and understanding that it's going to take some effort to get that up and moving. And for your vendors to form your habits and form relationships and all that. Now, that being said, I kind of just want to give you a touch on a little bit of my background. Again, kind of as Dennis had mentioned, I grew up in Jamaica. I lived in Jamaica. I visited the US somewhat as a teenager, but I moved to the US full time to go to school here back in 2009, where I started studying mechanical engineering. I'd actually started studying in Kingston, Jamaica. I grew up myself in the western part of Ireland, where in Montego Bay, just outside Montego Bay, so like overlooking the countryside. And so I'm just one of those regular, Jamaican kid who grew up next to the beach, eating fresh fruits, and breadfruit was just one of those things that we consume on a regular basis, especially during the summer times. You just roast it on an open fire. And so I grew up with those memories, with me and my brother. I have three more siblings, 2 older sisters and 1 younger sister. My immigrant experience moving to the US was kind of similar to my Jamaican experience, where I would say, I think I had a relatively good experience growing up in Jamaica, and also transitioning to the US. I think the experience was rather also very, I was very welcomed. And I had moved from Jamaica to Montana. And so, there were just a lot of differences that existed throughout my time making that transition. But when people ask, I would always say, I traded the sand for the snow. And moving to Montana was the first place where I really saw snow. And so it was an experience. Professionally, at least when I was in school, I studied mechanical engineering with an aerospace minor. And then I completed my grad school in Montana State as well, in Bozeman, in industrial management engineering. And then I started doing product design for a company out here in Denver in the summer as well. I was in grad school, and then they asked me to come on full time when I graduated. And after graduation, I moved out to Denver, and that's kind of where my professional journey started post school. Now, with that being covered, I kind of want to just like touch on and walk through the general journey of what I feel like of entrepreneurship. And I use the term journey on purpose because I really want that there to be an understanding that entrepreneurship is not really about the destination as much as it's about the journey. You establish your destination so you kind of have a clear path on where you're trying to go, but you have to find value. You have to find something in the journey that keeps you going, because there comes time when it's literally going to be the logical same thing to do is to stop, but you're still going to have to search out the journey to find something to make that next step, because you making that next step is what brings the dream to reality. And in terms of entrepreneurship, I hear a lot of people say, for example, like they want to start a business because they don't want to work for anyone. And I tend to differ. I do not think that's the way to think about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is literally about serving a community, serving a group of clients, customers, consumers. So you're not there to just bring the thing that you want. You're there to bring the thing that your audience or your community wants from you. The difference is you have some flexibility in understanding how to bring that value to your community. And when using the term value, there are 2 things that need to be differentiated when we think of value. So there's an intrinsic value and there's a perceived value. And what I mean by that is intrinsic means it has technical functionality in a sense. So for example, let's look at the example of a breadfruit. A breadfruit is really a food. So what does it do? It provides nutrients. It provides you with the the caloric intake you need to be able to move around and get things done. However, in today's world of abundance, where we have such significant amount of things on the market where people can eat food, the defining factor is not going to be like, oh, breadfruit and new food is available. Now, what are the perceived value that can align with a lot of the market trends associated with the natural food space? And those perceived value comes from, in our case, breadfruit is naturally gluten-free, breadfruit is superfood, breadfruit is grain-free, breadfruit is paleo, breadfruit, like, so I can keep going, but you can see these values that align with a community, a community that understands like they want healthier options, but they also want things to taste good. And breadfruit offers that value. And so defining your perceived value versus your intrinsic value and really focusing on your perceived value when you're marketing to your community is very essential. Because at the end of the day, if you're just focused on the intrinsic value, you're more than likely going to become a commodity in the market space. And so I just want to kind of throw some of these things that I've learned along the way that hopefully can help you guys move forward in your journey in the world of international business, in the world of professional development, young professional development, whatever it is. And I'm calling them golden nuggets. One of the thing is, if you're interested in international business, one of the first things you need to understand is business is really a platform that allows people to connect with people and transact with people. So in other words, you're not doing business to business. You're doing business with people to people relationships. And one of the first things that you have to understand is if you're trying to get into the global landscape, global space, you want to connect with those communities in those global landscape, because those might be the pivoting point that allows you to get into that wider global community. Some of the areas, for example, like myself, I am a part of the World Trade Center. I'm a part of World Denver. And there are several other organizations around Denver, around Colorado, that allows you to plug into that young professional, globally minded individuals. And I think that's an area that should be significantly considered if you're serious about getting into this space. And just understand the power of networks. As I mentioned, you never know. You meet someone today, that person can connect you to the person that you need to do business with, a year from now or 2 weeks from now. And a personal recommendation is always a lot more powerful than almost any online marketing platform. Another thing to follow up on that kind of theories is understand that you either define your circle or your circle defines you. And so if you're trying to get into a global space, if you're trying to get into whatever space that you're trying to get into, understand that that space has certain players, and those players are probably best equipped to help you to grow into the person that you seek to become. And there are people out there who are willing and happy to give you advice on how to move forward. One of the things for most people is overcoming limiting beliefs. What I mean by limiting beliefs is there are certain, you act based on how you believe things are. So if I, for example, if I believe like no one will eat breadfruit, like I wouldn't put in the work it takes to bring breadfruit to market and to do all those kind of things. So because I believe that breadfruit has value, I put in the action daily to execute on that belief and knowing that it's going to be a market success. And you have to believe that each day when you step forward. Now, with the idea of overcoming limiting belief, a lot of times as entrepreneurs, it's what we're great at. We love big picture visions. We love like thinking about how we're gonna, fix the world, change it, roll it off its axis, all of that. But at the same time, we have to understand that as a creator, we have to do the detailed execution necessary to bring across the big picture vision that we have. And so it's a balancing act between figuring out how to blend the big picture vision, but focusing on the detailed execution, because the flawless execution is what creates excellence. And that's what you get. That's what builds up that picture. It's like a pixel it's like a pixels going into a photo. The photo is beautiful, but without the pixel, it doesn't actually make any sense. Another few things that I hear a lot of the times is people saying stuff like, "Oh, it's always been discovered. It's already been discovered." I literally was at an event 2 weeks ago, and someone mentioned that to me, and I was like, "Oh my God!" Like I come up with probably like a different idea every 2 weeks. I don't follow them all, obviously, because you need focus. In entrepreneurship, you need to focus and you need to remain focused. But at least I can see many things that can be done differently, can be done better, and can really bring value to the market space. And I always think about it that way. There's always a different way of doing things. And if you figure out that way, and there are enough people out there who want that solution, you have something to bring to the market. And now you just have to get behind putting the effort necessary to bring it to market. Another thing is people tend to consider innovation as like this grandiose thing where you discover this new molecule that has never been discovered, or something massive where you figure out how to make this material that's like stronger than steel and lighter than feather. And those are great, those are all awesome inventions. But at the same time, we have to think about invention as a lot simpler perspective, from a simpler perspective. For example, with Rockefeller, when Rockefeller was being pretty much held at ransom by the major train companies, he decided, you know what, I'm not going to put my oil on the train cars anymore. I'm going to use pipes. And today we look at pipes as like, oh, of course you're putting, oil or gas through pipes. But several years ago, that was innovation. That was him deciding, I'm not using train car for my oil. I am using pipelines instead. And so the innovation can be a lot of times very simple. And understanding that will help you to think more broadly when it comes to bringing something innovative and creative to the market segment. Understand the role that culture plays. As culture move across differently in different areas, there are different things that can be brought to different cultures at different times that can be an innovation. Similarly with geography, something that might work here in the US that's been working for 10 years in the US can be brought to India, can be brought to Jamaica, can be brought to anywhere else, and it could be an innovation for that local market. And also understand, ease is always in demand. Ease is always in demand. If you can think of something that you can feasibly produce and you can make it easier for the consumer to acquire, to get what they want with your product, you're almost sure you're going to be in demand. And just to follow up on some lessons I learned from a dinner I had, a friend of mine, she recently graduated from Harvard Business School, and we sat down for dinner right after graduation. And so I just throw some random question out. It's like, what are 3 things that you think you've learned that was surprising? And one of them were, it's relationship, not technical competency. Speak up. And another one was, speak up and share your ideas. Let your voice be heard. And tell stories. Don't just cite facts. And I think you see a compelling trend between all 3 of these, all 3 of these major tenets that were gathered through our experience at Harvard, because they all speak about self-confidence. You have to have a level of self-confidence to take on this journey. If you're doing anything new and unique, you're gonna have everybody else telling you you're wrong. And most of the time, there's gonna have some logical reason to tell you you're wrong. And when you tell everybody else that no, they are wrong and you're right, that takes a level of confidence that you have to really believe in your execution, that you're gonna prove them right. You're gonna prove yourself right and prove them wrong. And so self-confidence is very important, and always consider it in everything you do, because it's never really about, again, the technical competency as much as it's about the person. The technical competence is definitely important, do not get me wrong, but you also want to consider a high level of confidence. Another thing, when it comes to setting up a business, it can be just this ambiguous like venture that you go into. And something to consider, I think it's always good to have a structure when you're thinking about things, when you're elaborating different business ideas. I find the structure of sense to be relatively effective. I got these from several books from MJ DeMarco, who talks about the concept of sense. And I think it just helps you to evaluate the different business opportunities that might come your way and figure out whether it makes sense for you or not to move forward. And the C in sense stands for control. And that control looks at how well do you control the different variables that involve in your value chain? Understanding how much control you have over that is very important because you don't want someone else to have too much control over that because they can just easily shut off the pipe at any time. Secondary to that, entry barrier. There needs to be some barrier of entry involved in the market space that you're looking to operate in. Because if there's no entry barrier, as soon as you establish yourself in that space, someone else is going to come in. But if there's an entry barrier that's significant enough, that entry barrier becomes your competitive advantage because others are going to have a harder time overcoming that entry barrier. Obviously, if you're bringing any product to market, any service to market, understand that there needs to be some level of needs. Again, the needs can be something that's either intrinsic or perceived, and that's the value you bring to your consumer or your customer. So understand which one you're actually solving for, whether it's intrinsic need or a perceived need. And typically an intrinsic need means you're probably getting in a commodity space. So consider that as well. And time independence. It's like if you're building a venture, you probably want that venture to be time independent. So you want to be in a space where you don't have to be putting extra time each time you need to grow. You want to be in a space where you can change your strategy and the time you put in is still the same, but you're able to get significant more return on the efforts you input. And lastly, scale, understanding that there needs to be a level of scalability to whatever project you do, and you're able to reach a wider audience. With the internet, that has become significantly more likely, but at the same time, consider that you're not going to be able to send a massage through an email, right? Like you're going to be able to do those things at a touch point, but at the same time, you can scale through franchise or through different systems in which allows you to serve many different customers across a wider geographic area. And then when it comes to marketing, it's really, people think about marketing as a very complex thing. I think marketing should be very simple. I think you first want to tell your niche market what you got. So you want to define what your niche is and understand how to communicate clearly with your niche. And then you also and when I say niche, I'm referring to like your community, the people who would benefit from your service or your products. And then you also want to tell them where to go get it. You know, you want to communicate that message very clearly, whether it's going to go online, go buy it, show up to here at this event or whatever it is, communicate that. And then explain to them in their language. Again, entrepreneurship is understanding the consumer and communicating directly in their languages. So communicate with them in their languages, what benefits your product has for them. And then what they can do to help. Most people in the world today want to be a part of a community. As much as online is out there, people still want to be a part of a community and they want to help to bring the next great idea to life. So explain to people how they can help you. And a lot of times they will definitely be willing to put some input. And then tell them when they can start helping. You want to communicate that clearly. You want to be as simple and you want to be as precise as much as possible, because trust me, a lot of people will try to help you to make that vision if you can inspire them enough to do so. And then, yeah, call to action. Always have a call to action in your marketing material, whether that's a subscription, whether that's like an email, whether that's like a purchase or something, but have some kind of call to action so it's clearly communicated. Now, in terms of the personal side, I think it's very important to note entrepreneurship requires patience. And no, I am not sitting on a throne telling you I've figured this all out, because I am still working on this. But the patience, you definitely need to make the next step forward, because you're going to take action and not get the immediate result you need at that point in time. So you have to have the patience enough to know, you know what, let me figure out a different way. Remain clear mind, remain focused, try to like meditate on what you're trying to get done and take the next step. And, you know, be forgiving with yourself as well, but also stick to your mission and remain focused. Be process thinking, like think about the process. Don't just think about the event of the final outcome. Think about how can you find value? How can you find some kind of feeling of like accomplishment throughout the wider process, because you need that. You need to feel along the way, because sometimes it's going to make you feel like you want to stop, but you have to find something that says, I'm going to take the next step. And then lastly, on patience, is understand that you're in the problem-solving business. Entrepreneurship is in the service to others, problem-solving business. And you, instead of looking at something as like, this is the end of it and this is the worst thing ever, look at it as, how can I solve this problem? And I promise that will help you to move forward in whichever endeavor you take on.
Everyone, we have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And then really and truly, like, the future is now. You know, the future everyone talked about several years ago is right now. And let's step in it together. And for us to really get into that connective future and really be able to move forward into that space, I think there are a few things that there's going to be a lot of opportunity for, whether it's going to be employment, whether it's going to be careers, or whatever it is. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for communication, because I think a lot of times we miss the concept of communication. Communication is not me just speaking to you. Communication is communicating an idea to you that gets translated in the best way possible that you intended. And so there are going to be platforms that are going to be needed to help to communicate a lot of these different cultural aspects, and, you know, whether it's simple or complex, like all of those things need to be considered. So there are going to be lots of apps to translate languages, but there's still going to be a lot of need for communicating those languages in local colloquial terms and associations. Culture is always a big thing. International trade is a big part on culture. You always want to figure out a way how you can be most respectful to others' culture, and, you know, vice versa. Understand that not because you're surrounded by everyone that's very similar, when you go on the international landscape, that's not the same thing. And so you have to develop a level of empathy and understand how to appreciate different cultural perspectives, and understand, again, perspective is very important. Perspective is how you see the world. Someone else has different perspectives. Bridging the two is how you get things done. And how we get things done, again, it could either be, you know, traditionally it was more of a competitive landscape. I think now we're moving into a world of collaboration. It's going to be a lot of more collaborative landscape. So you're going to solve problems with people from totally different parts of the world. And so understanding how to do that is going to be very important. Like, you're actually going to come up with a solution together. Now, that's different from coordination, where the solution is going to be already defined and you're coordinating the different team members to arrive at a particular end result. But I think these are all 4 major areas that is going to take a lot of professional developments over the years as the world becomes more and more connected. As Facebook launches internet and every more part of the world becomes on the internet, like, it's connectivity is going to be a big thing. And I think the world will need professionals in who are best equipped to translate these messages and get things done on the ground. With that said, that was all the points I wanted to communicate mostly. And I just want to finish with one thing and say, you're never as good as they say you are when you win, and you're never as bad as they say you are when you lose. And so, in short, remain humble, stay hungry. Because when you really think about it, it's all mathematics and probabilities anyway. So go out there and take your shot. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Javion. That was very insightful, coming from a person who's been there and done that. I'm sure the students in the audience and those attending can take away some great feedback from your session. We do have several questions, and I'll start with first is, what has been your biggest challenge with not only having a new healthy organic product, but also a product that is not as widely known in large commercial markets as other fruits?
Thank you. That's a great question. I think the biggest challenge, interestingly, has been the production side of the equation. It's being able, it's initially going into it, I would think, oh, it's going to be the demand. You have to develop that demand. You have to communicate that value. And that's true. There's definitely a piece of that. But the largest part has been, how do we get enough of this thing that people start loving to the people that need it? And so that has been the production side, and being able to build a team around that, both on the ground and both more here facing consumers, has been a big part of it. And also trying to bring investors on board to understand the value of this thing, because it's just so new and different.
Thank you. And next question. How has COVID impacted your breadfruit business?
In the beginning, it had a significant impact. There was that time period where, kind of like convinced the core manufacturer, like in 2020 March, literally like 2 weeks before the lockdown, that okay, we're gonna try this thing. And so we had this core manufacturer lined up, and right when the lockdown happened, we were just like not able to go into that facility. And so that relationship was kind of fizzled over time. And so I wasn't able to use that core manufacturer here locally in Denver. And so we had to come up with different strategies on how to produce the product. And also I wasn't able to travel to Jamaica for a while. So we kind of like lost a little bit of like steam in terms of developing the relationships on the ground for the supply. And a lot of things I had to just be doing a lot more remotely and figuring out how people should, package to send off, because again, it's so new. So there were several areas that were impacted by the COVID lockdown, but I think we were able to definitely bolster ourselves and move forward. And I think we're looking at a great future.
Thank you. Next question. How did you perfect your supply chain? What steps did you take?
First thing I'm going to say, the supply chain has not been perfected yet. But one of the things that we have been working on doing to increase the robustness of our supply chain has been to diversify our suppliers, and being able to ensure that, wherever there's a shock in the market, we can still absorb it and still have adequate products to get to the market space. And so that's been one of our big things is and really working to develop very long-term relationships with our suppliers in these different regions. And, we're talking about at least 3 different cultures that we have to deal with on a daily, at least 4 different cultures to deal with on a daily basis. So that cultural communication aspect is very, very important. So we're still working to perfect our supply chain, but relationship building has been a major aspect of that, diversification of our supply sources, and also just, motivating the team on the ground to be a part of this vision.
Perfect. Next question is, what other things are you working on doing with breadfruit? I saw that you have breadfruit chips and a breadfruit pancake mix. What are your next products?
So we have the breadfruit chips out. We have a few new variations, a few new flavors of breadfruit chips that are going to be coming out in a few weeks or so. Should be in Q4 of 2021. And then we also have a new product line of a breadfruit mix coming out. Should be before the end of the year. So for the Christmas period, we're hoping to have a few of our new products on a few lists, because Christmas seems to be a great time for people trying to send new and exciting things to their family members. So yeah.
What is the sentiment of your growers and suppliers in Jamaica to this expansion, this international trade?
Oh, it's very exciting. Like, they're very excited. I think a large portion of people that I worked with, they have envisioned breadfruit, being like, oh, we're going to send breadfruit to the diaspora, or we're going to send breadfruit to people locally, or someone, visitors coming down to Jamaica is going to see some breadfruit in the hotel. But they've become so enlightened, I would say, in a sense, when they're seeing like, oh my God, like this breadfruit is like gluten-free. Like, they didn't realize that breadfruit was gluten-free or grain-free. Like, never is like grain-free is a thing. And so now all of a sudden there's a lot more pride associated with like bringing this product to market, because they can see on a larger like mainstream market how this product can have a value and impact a lot more people from a wider demographic.
Perfect. What other countries are you using for suppliers? Do you have any in Africa?
We've had some discussions with African countries. For right now, we have never done any shipment out of the continent. That's not because there's not adequate supply. There is adequate supply for sure. Like, I know Liberia, for one, has adequate supply. I know a lot of the West African countries have significant amount of supply. But we've just been focused largely on the Caribbean and Latin America at the moment. But we know that if we need for expansion, we have opportunities to go into, the far Southeast Asia market. We have opportunities to go into, the Pacific markets, and we have a visibility in most of those segments, again, because we're kind of like driving that mission forward to make this product a lot more commercially available to the wider mainstream markets.
And lastly, how has the Jamaican government either supported or hindered you with exporting products from Jamaica?
I would say, I wouldn't say they have hindered. I think they have done. Again, it's a new product, and not everyone catches on to innovation as fast. But I've been able to find some very, very passionate people in helping to move this project forward. Actually, today, if I wasn't on here, I would actually be meeting with the Minister of Agriculture at the consulate in New York, because I was invited out there to sit down and have breakfast with him to talk about what are some opportunities to be able to move this industry forward. And so I think they've been largely supportive. Like, for example, JAMPRO, which is Jamaican Production Promotion, they have been largely supportive. I know the Jamaican consulate, as you know, they've offered insight and say, hey, you know, this is something that, you know, we can do. So they've been largely supportive of trying to develop this industry. But I just think it's so new that not many really know how to come in and offer help as yet, but they do want to see this industry really move forward and really grow. And they're just starting to see the value of that. Even last night I had a vendor meeting, and they were just like, oh my God, like we never really thought about it like from this level. And your packaging obviously communicates a different story from what we were thinking that could potentially be on the market. And so, yeah, we don't have much endurance, to be honest, at least in that landscape.
Well, that's terrific. Thank you so much for your session. That was very insightful, and I know it was very beneficial to many of the attendees. My takeaway, my nugget from this presentation was that your comment that business is really a platform to connect people. And I think that's a message that resonates with many, many businesses. For the you attendees, please check out the chat for this session's giveaway, and for the others as well. That's it for now. We'll give you a 5-minute break and be with you again shortly.
Thank you very much, everyone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's 1:15, so we're gonna start now. I think for the most of the conference, I was off the camera, so now you can see the voice that was behind. I mean, you can see now the picture behind the voice that you heard. So let me introduce our next speaker, Emily Liu. Emily Liu is a career business coach and career expert at Cultivate, who helps professionals land jobs they love via solution messages. She believes life is too short to not wake up happy on Mondays. Do you guys wake up happy on Mondays? As a former recruiter and HR professional for Fortune 500 companies and Silicon Valley startups, she knows exactly what allows professionals to stand out, give visible, and get hired. Emily's career, so sorry. Emily's, I don't know what happened. So sorry here. Emily's career advice has been featured in Forbes, Fast Company, Business Insider, Fair God Boss, and The Muse. As the creator of her ultimate job search course, Happily Hired Formula, Emily not only provides the strategies to make any career transition possible, but also coaches them through building a positive self-image to go after their biggest dreams. Emily, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Awesome. Thank you for that introduction, Tanya. Let me go ahead and share my screen. You guys can see this, yes?
It's still, oh, there we go. Yes.
Okay, cool. So when Tanya reached out and asked if I could speak on how to think globally in your career, I knew I had to say yes, because now more than ever are we connected globally. I think between technology and COVID, we saw just how interconnected we are to the world around us, with borders shutting down, supply chain issues, and now companies really being able to find talent all across the globe just because we've all proven that we can work remotely. So today in this presentation, I want to dive deeper into why thinking globally in your career is important and what exactly that means. I'm also going to go into a career workshop with you on how to navigate your next career path. So whether you're already a well-seasoned professional or you're just starting out, I'm going to share with you, you're going to make multiple career transitions throughout your career, and it's always helpful to have your next plan A in place of what you want to orient yourself into. And then time allowing, we'll go ahead and jump into question and answers. So if you have any questions, please type them into the Q&A box and we'll be able to address those towards the end. All right, so to talk about just how global our world is, about 11 years ago in August 2010, there was a Chilean mine rescue that just really stopped all the headlines in the news. This was essentially 33 miners who got trapped under 700 feet of 700 tons of rock. So if you guys are not familiar with 700 feet, that's actually equivalent to 2 Empire State Buildings. So when the government found out about this, they said, you know, dead or alive, because we have no idea, we are going to get those bodies out of the mine. And it was such an impossible task when people thought about it, because nothing had been at that magnitude before. Now, where the global aspect comes in is essentially the leadership, how to put together global teams of experts. They really brought together last minute geologists, psychologists, NASA engineers, Navy SEALs, like everybody under the sun of different expertise that could really help brainstorm and map out, how do we get these 33 humans out in time? They had estimated that there were only 10 days worth of supplies of food and water underground for 2 survivors. So as you can imagine, they were really under the pressure of trying to strategize, come together as a team, and find a solution in place. So this Chilean mine rescue is actually a big case study now for how leadership should be conducted in the workplaces. Essentially, the leader said, doesn't matter what your title is, doesn't matter what you do, I want you to come up with an idea and speak out loud, share your idea to anybody here, and let's see if your recommendation helps get these humans out onto the Earth's surface. Well, what's amazing and incredible is the brilliant idea and solution actually came from a 24-year-old. He was a young field engineer just starting out his career, and he believed that an American company's technology could actually cut through the mines faster than what they were initially doing. And sure enough, they tested it and it worked. And they credit a lot of this mine rescue as the success of it towards this 24-year-old young field engineer. So I just want to share that with you, because I know a lot of you are starting out your careers, you're a young professional, but your voice and what you can contribute has nothing to do with age. And that can be seen here. So I want to go over what it means to think globally in your career. I want to share that now more than ever, companies are recognizing the importance of diversity and inclusion and equity in the workplaces, because it's been proven that with diversity, companies can tap into innovation. If you think about it right now, a lot of companies are just doing the status quo. It's just the way things are done. So they've been doing the same process and systems, because if it's not broken, why fix it? But you, as somebody entering a new workforce, even if you're junior in your career, you have so many fresh perspectives to share based on your own experiences and your background and your perceptions of the world. So I want you to know that everything that you've accumulated in your life right now is leading you to being able to provide solutions and innovate for organizations and essentially help them reach more people and make a greater impact on this earth. I'm going to share with you, I was actually thinking about what I was doing at 24. I certainly was not saving humans from underground. I was actually making a company a buttload of money. I, at the time, was a legal recruiter working at a staffing agency, and we ended up landing one of the largest IP litigation cases of Apple versus Samsung, and our client was Apple. Now, Apple had like terabytes and terabytes and terabytes of information and data and emails to go over, but their opposing party was a Korean company. And so they had all of these legal documents, had no idea like how to interpret them. So they wanted to hire as many Korean fluent attorneys as possible. Well, luckily, I actually had grown up with a lot of Korean friends, and I asked, you know, how do I find Korean fluent attorneys? Because this project was so big, the client Apple actually called out 20 other staffing agencies. So everybody had already like posted job descriptions, and we knew in order to get as many candidates or sorry, I guess they're employees in this case, to get as many employees, we needed to think outside the box. And so my Korean friends were actually telling me that they go to church and that they could post their job descriptions inside of the churches that they attended. And we were the only staffing agency to do this, but we staffed by far the most attorneys. Like I had moms calling me in the middle of the night saying, my son is an attorney, he can help. So I just want to share again that it doesn't matter what your background is, there's something there that allows you to think differently from anybody else around you. Cross-cultural communication and customs is going to come into play. Again, a lot of companies are very interconnected and related, but also our world is so global. Everybody's crossing different borders. We have different generations that are here in the US alone. And so it's important to understand your colleagues and who it is that you're working with. I'm going to share a quick story. I actually have 2 virtual assistants that are overseas in the Philippines. And what's interesting is I teach people how to negotiate, and they have read through all of my materials and they know exactly how to negotiate, but they've never asked me for a pay raise or anything like that. So I actually approached one of them and I said, you know, you've been with me for a year now. You're doing so phenomenal. I'm wondering if you're ever going to advocate for yourself, because I truly believe in advocating for yourself when you're doing a great job. And she actually said, Emily, it's actually against our customs. Like it's taught not to like talk about money or ask for more money. Like we should just be really grateful for an opportunity. And so knowing this, I actually give them intentional raises every 6 months. And I have now kept my VAs on for 3 years, and they actually let go of other clients so that they can just continue to work for me and support me. And, you know, if I could keep them on forever, I would, but I just want to share like how important it is to understand another person's cultures so you can meet them where they're at. Also, even if you work for a US based company or they don't even have locations outside of the US, chances are they're going to have a very diverse set of customers, clients, and again, your colleagues around you are going to be from different cultures. I want to share recently, I actually got a client who is in Austria, but wants to relocate to Germany or the US or Asia. And so the reason why I'm able to help this client is because I understand and have taken the time to learn about how job searching is done in each of these different countries. And while in the US, you're not supposed to put your date of birth, your citizenship status, your passport photo on your resume, in other parts of the world, you are. So it's just very helpful to understand and meet your clients, your customers, your colleagues, wherever they're at. I also want to emphasize that it's important to think globally in your career because chances are you're going to be making multiple career transitions. Gone are the days where we stay in one job or one company or organization as an intern and 30 years later, get a pension package and a golden parachute and a VP title. The actual tenure, the average tenure for jobs now is actually 3 years. So you can imagine that throughout your career lifetime, you're going to be making multiple career transitions. And as you enter new organizations, work with new customers, maybe even relocate to another country, you're going to need to think globally in your career. And then we already highlighted this, but the fact that there's over 10 countries represented and multiple states here just goes to show that technology is connecting us globally more than ever, and it's here to stay. It's just going to continuously to grow and grow. So really quickly, with all that being said, I wanted to introduce myself that I am a former recruiter that is now a career happiness coach. And my goal is really to help job seekers at no matter what their ages are to find career happiness, because it doesn't make sense that we don't wake up happy doing what we love, because we do spend about a third of our day and lifetime in our careers. I also want to share that when I was going through my journey in my 20s, I was very much lost. And so I know what it's like to kind of graduate and try to figure out what is ahead of you. And we're going to dive into all of that. So the most important thing I want you guys to recognize is that you are uniquely designed. There's nobody else out there in the world like you. We are all such unique individuals that have a purpose and a gift to share with this world. And going back to Javion's presentation, you know, there could be multiple people doing the same thing that you're doing, and there really isn't much new under the sun, but what is different is the way that you share it and the way that you provide your gift towards that purpose. And so we're going to dive deeper into purpose and having your gift being magnified. But when I work with so many job seekers, they often ask me, like, how am I going to be happy in my next career? What is meant for me? And it really boils down to these two things. Purpose, because we're here on this earth to give value in whatever way is our purpose. And we all have special gifts and strengths that we're born with. And so when we can find the intersection of these two, we find an opportunity and career path that allows us to express this. This is when we are the most fulfilled and lit up and energized in our careers. So if you are like me in my 20s, you might be confused by all the options out there. There's actually over 80,000 titles, and it's continuing to grow with just how expansive technology is and new things that are propping up. So you might be confused, well, what should I focus on? And some of you guys might know already exactly what you're majoring in and what you want to do after, and that's great. And there are chances that you will make multiple career reinventions down the road, and that's totally great as well. But some of you guys here might be like, I have no idea what I want to do. So let me know in the chat, actually, if I'm curious, just put a 1 if you know what you want to do, and then put a 2 if you are kind of lost. And no shame in this game. Again, I was there. Okay, wow, we have some people who know exactly what they want to do. Alexander, thank you for your honesty. Okay, lots of 1s and 2s, cool. Well, wherever you're at, I want to share that one of the best things that you can do is start to identify and connect with the global connections around you. You know, when I was actually in college, LinkedIn wasn't a big thing, but I find it so incredible now that there's so many resources and tools at our fingertips. And so I want you to take some time and reflect on these two questions that I'm about to ask you. If you can get these down, you are on your way to exploring a more fulfilling career. And feel free to take screenshots and or bust out your phone and just like take pictures. A lot of this is going to require some reflection, and you might not know the answer immediately, but you can take some time and reflect afterwards. So the first is, who do you feel called to impact? Now, it's important to identify what population or what kind of person that you want to help the most. For a lot of us, we may not necessarily know right away. It's through experiences and through actions that clarify this for us. A lot of clarity comes through action. So again, if you don't know for sure right now, that's okay. But if you do know, it's good to put that at your forefront. And the other thing too is, if you answered, I don't know, to number one, something you can do is start to make a list of organizations that excite you. Because as you start to study these organizations, you know, like when you're job searching, you sometimes like see, oh, like that would be so cool to work there. Like really take a look at the patterns and identify, is there a common thread that is happening between these? Okay, so that's your impact, is really knowing exactly what kind of purpose and impact you want to make. And again, if you're not clear yet, that's okay. This is going to come for you. But the second thing that I think is also very important to drill in on is your zone of genius. And I define zone of genius as that lovely intersection between your strengths and what you actually enjoy doing. So if you, for instance, are good at sales, but you don't enjoy it, that wouldn't be a zone of genius, right? If you enjoy drawing, you're not great at it, but you enjoy it, then that really wouldn't fall into your zone of genius. So again, it's something that you're good at, that comes naturally to you, and you enjoy it. I do want to emphasize when I say when you're good at it, it doesn't mean that you're the best. It doesn't mean that you're an expert. It just comes more naturally to you than it does for most people. And this is kind of where a lot of people get stuck, because when something comes natural to us and it is easy for us, we sometimes discount it because we just assume that everybody else must feel the same way about it, but that's completely not true. So if you're having trouble kind of listing out, and type into the chat if you know what your strengths are, just type in 1 or 2 skills. If you're having trouble identifying one of these, I would love for you to ask anyone who's worked with you on a project or knows you intimately, just ask them, what do you think I'm good at? And oftentimes others can recognize what we don't necessarily recognize for ourselves right away. Ooh, Evan says creativity. That's a huge one. Yeah. So I also want to share that if you are having trouble with this, you can also narrow down some core skill sets. And we typically all have a primary and a secondary. You might be looking at this list and thinking, I can do all of these things, and that's great. But typically you're going to have one that is like the strongest that you gravitate towards. And another question that you can ask yourself is, if I were to join a committee and need to volunteer, what would I raise my hand for first? And like something that I'm going to enjoy doing, and I actually feel like I could excel at this. So again, imagine your local museum needs somebody to volunteer for all types of functions. What is it that you're volunteering for? That's generally a strength that you have. So I'm going to go through each of these and define them. And again, I want you to just think about what you consider your primary. So Somebody with a core skill set of an analyzer is always asking why. They're going to be looking through and analyzing and questioning what can we pull from this information. So if you are an analyzer, potential career paths could definitely be like a data analyst. It could also be a coach like myself, who's always just really curious about what are like the patterns, what can we distill down into some concise information. Numbers is pretty straightforward and self-explanatory, but if you're somebody who loves calculations, mathematics, finance, like you love crunching anything with numbers, chances are, finance is a good path for you. Any type of like engineer could also fit into this. Somebody who is really good with words is a communicator at the end of the day. And it could look like so many different paths. If you are somebody who's extroverted and enjoys speaking, it could be public speaker or like PR. If you enjoy writing internal, like more introverted activities, it could be like a content strategist. So there's a lot of career paths that can fit into words. An innovator is somebody who loves to come up with new ideas and is constantly looking for the solutions and the strategies. You kind of like to think of something from nothing and really build an idea and put it together, whereas a builder would actually be the executioner of that. So imagine like a contractor who gets like a blueprint and then wants to like design it. That they would be maybe an architect. Somebody who is like building a new app, like a software engineer, would have the core skill set of building. The next one is tech wizards. So this is really like people who love IT and can get into the trenches of technology and be able to troubleshoot, problem solve, and feel really comfortable around technology. A mover is somebody who has to be on their feet. Like my sister-in-law is a nurse, and she said to me the other day, I don't know how you sit in front of a computer all day for 8 hours a day. Like I cannot do that. So a mover like has to have some physical interaction. And so a mover with a secondary of service, for instance, it could be like a nurse. And service is really, you're always putting other people's needs before yours. You're always thinking, how can I support and help another person? A lot of customer success management type roles fall into service, as do like real estate, for instance, because you want to help another person and get their goals met. Aesthetics would be anybody who has an eye for design and can make anything visually pretty. A lot of times creative roles fall into this as well. My graphic designer put together these beautiful slides. If it were left to me, you guys would be looking at a white canvas. And then coordinator is somebody who's really good at putting together all of the small details and making sure that nothing slips through the cracks. So we're thinking about project management, for instance, event management, event planning. So you're always keeping a pulse on what's happening and ensuring that the small details don't go unnoticed. So again, going back to this, your zone of genius, you have a primary and a secondary. And it's really important to understand, again, what are your strengths that you love utilizing? And when you can put those at the forefront, you can start to identify what kind of contribution, what kind of roles, what kind of careers are going to be aligned with that path. And then going back a slide to your, let me see if I can go backwards. Going back to your impact, again, this is where you go one level deeper and you start to question, okay, now that I have these strengths, I know what kind of, what really lights me up in terms of what I'm doing. Who do I want to do that for? Who do I want to serve? Who do I want to help? So that's kind of like the core of trying to figure out your career fulfillment in the direction to head towards. Now, a lot of you may not know exactly what titles exist under all of these, right? Because again, there's over 80,000 titles. It can be quite overwhelming. So one of the things that I love to have my clients go through when they're going towards career exploration is leveraging LinkedIn and leveraging their search tabs. So if you are, for instance, knowing that you want to work in nonprofit, you can look at the nonprofits in your area or the nonprofits that you admire. And on any company page or organization page, there's a part here where it says how many employees work there, and you can click on that hyperlink and it'll take you to literally their whole org chart of anybody who's on LinkedIn. And I think what's really powerful is understanding the org chart of organizations and starting to map out what their titles are and what departments they fit under. Now, for companies that have over 100,000 employees, this is going to be a big project, and I do not recommend you map out everyone. I use Nike as an example. In case you want to work for Nike, you think that it'd be really rewarding to help build their mission and their and that industry. You can click on the profile, and what I would recommend is going to the All Filters tab, which is over to the right here. And when you go to all filters, you can actually play around, and you might want to look at people who are local to you and just kind of see what their local office has. Or you can go down to keywords and jump to the title, and you can type in certain words that you know you gravitate towards. So for instance, if you know you want to be in marketing, but you want to know like what kind of marketing is in Nike, you can type in marketing in the title and start to analyze the different jobs and the people. But again, if you're kind of going in there and you're not entirely sure, something I recommend you doing is typing in from the highest level of departments. So it could be like chief executive officer would be one of like the highest, but you could type in chief and just start to see what other leadership positions are at Nike. And then that way you can start to branch out and see like what roles would fit under their department. Another thing you can type in is VP, director, or manager inside of the title. And again, start looking at their org chart of what kind of positions exist inside of Nike's organization. So just as an example, perhaps I'm somebody that identifies with service, and I want to start looking at different roles that would fit under that. When I type in chief, I get this list, and, you know, chief architect or VP of engineering would be great for a builder, right? I would start to like analyze and look at that department. But I see here Felicia has chief talent, diversity, and culture officer. Now I might be intrigued. Maybe I don't know exactly what that entails or is. So I'm going to look at Felicia's profile, and I'm going to start looking through her background. I feel like when you can be a detective and start looking at the clues around you and keeping an open curiosity and open mind, you can start to piece together things that feel curious to you, of just like, I didn't know about that before, but that sounds really interesting. I want to go ahead and jot that down and learn more about that. So right now we're all just kind of in career exploration mode. You know, when I look at her profile, I can see that she has a Bachelor of Arts in Poli-Sci. It looks like she started her career in benefits research. Again, didn't know that was a title, but that's something that could be interesting. I want to learn more about what that looks like. She moved into HR business partner. So now I can be like, oh, okay, like what is an HR business partner? And that's going to open up a new path for me to identify and explore and read about and see if that is something that sounds interesting to me. So as you're going through this exercise of, again, getting clearer on your strengths and what kind of impact you want to make, and starting to get curious about what exists out there, especially in the organizations that I may be interested in joining, the most important thing to do is get silent with yourself. I feel like we live in this day and age where we're just bombarded with consuming. We're constantly hearing new things, getting distracted by like all of the media that's trying to call for our attention. And one of the best things that we can do if we're seeking career clarity or trying to figure out what our next path or action should be is actually just getting silent and doing nothing, but really journaling. And I can't emphasize this enough when you're in your career starting out to tune into your wants versus your shoulds. So a lot of times, for instance, I had a young professional who came to me and said, I think I should go to law school because my family is full of attorneys. Like they have a family practice. That's what they expect of me. But shoulds are actually going to lead you down the wrong path because you're living out somebody else's dreams. And so what you really want to tune into are your wants. When you can say things like, I want to do this, that's a nudge for you that you actually have clarity and that you need to honor and explore that path. You owe that to yourself. When you can get silent with yourself, you can also reflect on what gets you genuinely excited. So again, as you're going through your classes or your internships or your volunteer work or projects, I want you to just have a notepad ready where you can jot down what excited you, what you enjoyed doing. And as you have all these tasks that are accumulating, you can start to get clearer as you search for the types of roles that will allow you to express that being and that state of being. Because again, we're here to enjoy the work that we do, not necessarily just clock in and clock out. That's called a job. And you want to start noticing the activities that drain versus energize you. So draining would be, and it's not so much like that was really exhausting because I put in so much effort and energy into meeting that deadline. Draining is like when you find yourself doing certain things that should only take you like 5 minutes, but they're taking you 5 hours because you're putting it off so much. And start to make a list of the things that actually energize you, that you jump to do because it genuinely feels exciting to you. So thank you, Tanya. So as you start to put together your list of things that are your wants and your energizing, as you start to get more curious about the different types of career paths that could fall into this, one of the best things I urge you to do is find your tribe, your professional organization of people like you that have the similar interest, that want to be in a room together and talk more about this, because there's so many learning opportunities around you. There's so many career opportunities through conversations. So if you don't know of a professional organization right now, you can literally type into Google. For instance, if you're going into nonprofit, you live in New York City, type in nonprofit New York City professional organizations. Every single one of them has a professional organization for like all of the jobs functions out there, and you can find your local chapter. Immerse yourself, seek out mentorship, internships, volunteer opportunities. And if you come across people that you genuinely admire, share that genuine appreciation and connect with them, because I can tell you not enough people get recognition for what it is that they do, and what you share in a genuine manner is going to be very well received. And I can't emphasize this enough. I work with a lot of professionals in their 30s, 40s, and 50s, and they always say, like, I wish I could go back and redo certain parts of my career. You're in the best stage of your career right now to just explore and experiment. So ask for mentorship, build relationships. If you connected with somebody on this panel today, be sure you connect with them and reach out, because this connection that you make could open up new paths for you. And one of the biggest advice that I have for you is to follow up. I was just talking to an attorney who shared that he talks to universities, law schools, every single year. And every single year he invites people to connect with him at the end. And now that he's hiring, his firm is hiring, he says out of 100 people that he's asked to connect with, only 2 people have actually followed up. And those are the people that are getting priority.
Emily just wanted to say that we have 5 minutes left.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. So just where you might have trouble with all of this is, at least for me, I knew early on, I felt like a nuisance. Like, what do I have to offer? Why would anybody talk to me? I'm a young professional. But I want to share that people are so giving and people have such great service-minded, service-oriented, values-based missions. And so while you might feel like a nuisance, you're actually making somebody's day, because giving back and volunteering is something that so many people enjoy, but you got to open yourself up to that. You might feel introverted or shy. I certainly was. And at the same time, I want to share that introverts are just as powerful as extroverts, because you're so good at connecting and really being inquisitive and curious and wanting to have deeper conversations to learn about another person. And that really is the key to starting any relationship or conversation, is to just get curious about another person. We talked about thinking you have nothing to offer. And the last thing that you might have trouble is falling into the I don't know out of fear. Oftentimes when we say I don't know, we have this self-fulfilling prophecy. So we start to find evidence that we don't know. But I want you to just flip it. So if what you know is what you don't want, then that actually informs you of more clarity of what you do want. So if you're like, I don't want to sit at a desk all day, what that might mean is I want a job that allows me to get out there and meet people, right? So you just want to think about the positive correlation to that. So that I think we're at time. If you guys have questions, certainly let me know. But if you guys are interested in getting more support, I know this was kind of a deep dive crash course. I actually have a sprint, like a free 5-day dream job challenge next week to just learn about the strategies on how to job search. And you can sign up at cultivateyourcareer.com/sprint or connect with me on IG and LinkedIn.
Thank you so much, Emily. What a great presentation. I was definitely taking some notes. We do have a question that came up. I think this was during your, when you were sharing the story. So how would you advocate for yourself? What are some tips in order to do this?
Oh, that's a great question. To advocate for yourself. Oh, when I was telling about my salary negotiations,
yes.
I think one of the most powerful things that we can do is track our wins. Oftentimes we get praise or recognition, or we do something and achieve something, but we just, because we're so goal oriented, we cross it off the list and move on to the next. And so when it comes time for performance evaluations or advocating for yourself, nobody's really going to track your wins, because they're so busy tracking their own, which most people forget to do too. So I think the most important thing is have a Google Doc or a folder where you can literally be like, oh, wow, I just got this A+ on this project. Let me file that so I don't forget about it. I just got this praise from my professor who said this about me. Let me put that in there. And actually, when you guys start interviewing, this will be so helpful to review before your interviews, because you're going to have those nerves and you're going to be like, there's so many other candidates that have other skills. But when you can review it, it'll put you in the right state of mind. And mindset really is a big aspect and factor to your success.
Wow, Emily, you should probably, there are so many comments we get in the chat about the presentation. So thank you so much. One more question, if I can fit in that
Sure.
last minute. What are your tips? So I think we hear so much about networking and connect on LinkedIn and network. What are the tips you would give to the young professionals? How to network?
Yes, I think that one of the best pieces of advice is anyone can detect a copy and paste email from a mile away. We know how much effort you put into actually conducting research and putting it in there versus just copying and pasting and mass blasting. So I always tell people that the amount of time you spend on putting together a message is the amount of time somebody's going to take and reciprocating your message. And so one of the best things you can do is really make it about them before you go into your ask, and share why out of all of these thousands or hundreds of thousands of profiles, you're reaching out to this one person. What is it about them that caught your eye? What do you like about their background? What caught what caught your attention that you just had to appreciate and mention? And then again, you can start to go into what your needs are, because if you can start with them, then their kind of guard or their wall starts to go down, and then you can have a more fruitful conversation.
Thank you so much, Emily. And for everybody who don't know Emily, please make sure to check her website. I actually, I learned about Emily by watching a couple of her videos, and I thought it was so clear, and so I learned so much, and that's the comments that I see now here in the chat as well. Emily, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck in your careers. You guys are going to do amazing. Enjoy.
Thank you, Emily. And all right, so it's 1:56, so we are coming to an end, and I just wanted to say thank you again to everybody who attended today our conference. But first of all, I wanted to thank our speakers. What do you think, guys? Did you guys enjoy the speakers? If you do, please put some thank yous, or write your favorite session in the comments. Would love to hear from you. We're also going to be sending thank you. Yeah, I see some comments coming through. Sabrina will also put a survey link. We really would like to hear from you, and make sure that we provide the content and the speakers that you need. So make sure to fill it out. Secondly, I wanted to thank the audience. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you that you were here. Thank you that you were engaging. Thirdly, I wanted to thank our planning committee. Gina Cook, Doug Allen, Karen Friedhoff, Elizabeth, Sabrina Bolton, Evan Prihatko, thank you so much. And all WTC team, thank you for your support. And with that, I have the last thing I wanted to share. I want to make sure that I mention job opportunities and internships. So we actually at WTC Denver opening application for the internships for spring 2022, which will actually start in January. And we have an opening role right now for our marketing intern. So if this is something you're interested in, please make sure to reach out to us. We'll also send this link so you can read about all the opportunities. We have about 7 roles that you can choose per your liking. Frederick Export, it's an import and export company. So they are looking for quite a few interns and paid employees. So again, this information will be shared with you. So if this is something you're interested in, one of the giveaways is to shadow their closing deal. So we'll send more information on that, and make sure that you join. Bibamba Chocolate Company. They are looking for some seasonal employees and as well as internships as well. And so there are some instructions on how to apply for those as well. And what Emily just mentioned, she's running her 5-day virtual event. It's a Land Your Dream Job. It's a 5-day sprint, and it's free. So you all can just sign up for that and get your career started. With that, I want to thank everybody again, and until the next year, thank you so much.